Yeah. Yeah. Those words are.
A little bit of a softer
in the second half, likely to fall this year as well. If you look at their sales in February and January, their ICE vehicle sales have actually not done very well either. So I think the markets are actually anticipating weaker earnings for the company this year.
So, what do you think is going to happen to automobile in the United States when these tariffs hit?
Yeah, we
What do you think is going
actually
to happen to
think that
automobile in the United States when these tariffs
our
hit?
view is that I think Trump is going to
or a community that the thought of leaving made you feel deeply sad?
So is this the depressed voice?
Or a community
This is the therapist.
that the thought of leaving made you feel deeply sad?
So is this the depressed voice?
What are some ways you think
This is the therapist.
that the thought of leaving made you feel deeply sad?
No, I don't have that kind of sadness.
So is this the depressed voice?
Honestly,
What are some ways you think
Yeah, I thought the movie had some good special effects, but I did not want to live on the planet.
And this is coming from a guy who wants to go to Mars.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Mars, what do you think about that crazy square, that
that
structure?
Looks, I guess there are sort of squarish things on Earth. You know, planet's a big place, so
Yeah, but that one
eventually
looks,
it's going to be pretty square. No, it's alien civilizations, of course.
that's what I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what is it?
Sorry.
If an alien civilization did exist, though, and it, what happened, got hit by an asteroid, whatever. Oh, she won't shut. She's like the hot lady at the party that interrupts the conversation. So if that was the case, like that thing,
Yeah.
that's pretty shocking. Like,
It
especially
does
when you
look
look
like
at
ancient ruins.
you look at like what it looks like when they highlight the actual structure of it. It looks like ancient ruins. And if you had ruins of something made of stone and it got hit by an asteroid millions and millions and millions of years ago, who
Yeah.
knows what it would look like right now? That just looks oddly created. It looks
does.
oddly manufactured.
Well, maybe we should go there and check it out
Yeah.
and see what it's like.
Is there ways that we can get better photographs? Well, it seems like that's a pretty good photograph, though.
Yeah, I mean, my view is we should move to Mars. Well, not move to Mars. We should have a second planet to preserve civilization.
Right.
Because let's say hypothetically, I mean, maybe those are the ruins of a long dead civilization. That will probably happen to Earth at some point. It's a matter of time before we get hit by an asteroid, or maybe we annihilate ourselves with nuclear war
Or super volcanoes.
or supervolcanoes. Exactly.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that could happen to us. It's not a bad idea to hedge your bets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Genetically engineered supervirus.
Yeah. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Tax season is already stressful. You shouldn't have to worry about identity theft on top of everything else. And trust me, it's a big worry, especially since during tax season, your sensitive info does a lot of traveling to places you can't control. It goes through payroll, your accountant, or your tax consultant, and countless other data centers on its way to the IRS. Any of them can expose you to identity theft because they all have the info on your W-2, just the ticket for criminals to steal your identity. It's no wonder last year the IRS reported tax fraud due to identity theft went up 20%. You need LifeLock. They monitor millions of data points per second and alert you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, backed by the $1 million protection package. And restoration is guaranteed or your money back. Don't let identity thieves take you for a ride. Get LifeLock protection for tax season and beyond. Join now and save up to 40% your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock and use the promo code Joe Rogan, or go to lifelock.com/Joe Rogan for 40% off. Terms apply. They keep doing it.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy. They're
Those
working on a
labs are
new
still
one right
going.
now. Yeah.
They didn't shut them down.
No, the Wuhan lab they were just talking about one that has a 30% fatality rate that they're working on.
Yeah. Why are we doing that?
Yeah, for what reason? You did it for so many years and you didn't have a cure.
What could possibly go wrong?
Also, wouldn't be the reason to do that so that you could develop a cure at the same time? And clearly you didn't have a cure. So this is really foolish and
Yeah.
bizarre.
Yeah. I think we should stop trying to genetically engineer superviruses. That's insane.
I mean, when you're going through all this USAID stuff,
Yeah.
like, here's what's weird. First of all, what is it like to buy a company for $44 billion and then people call you a Nazi on that same thing that you bought?
I did not see it coming. It's classic. People will gobble anything down.
Yeah. Oh, he's never going to stop.
Wait. What?
What is it like? Like all this, people used to, the left was in love with you.
Yeah.
And now the same idiots are calling you a Nazi. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life.
I mean,
There's so many examples
Yeah,
of
yeah.
people saying my heart goes out to you.
Sure,
You did
sure.
it with a little enthusiasm that probably wouldn't be recommended
obviously-
with hindsight.
yes,
But-
I was obviously meant in the most positive spirit possible.
Yes,
Yeah,
obviously.
obviously.
But it's so strange where people want to think that you are openly publicly doing secret Nazi Sieg
Right.
Heil hand motions.
And now I can never point at things diagonally. I can only point at things there and there. And then so you have to divide that
Yeah.
because that's where the spaceship is, over there. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
When CNN, when I was in
It's
all
like
my trouble,
absurd.
every time CNN used a photo of me, it was one of the photos from the UFC weigh-ins where I go like this, welcome to the weigh-ins. So every photo is me. Every photo is me with.
It's absurd.
It's so crazy.
Well, it's deliberate propaganda.
Yes.
So that they know it was not. It was obviously not meant in a negative way. That I literally said my heart goes out to you, and it was very positive. The entire speech was very positive. I was being very enthusiastic about the future in space, and it was a great crowd. So
yeah, you got a little pumped up.
yeah, it got pumped up exactly.
Yeah, that's all it is. Obviously.
Obviously.
There's
So-
video of Tim Walsh
Yes.
doing the exact same thing.
Right.
Exact same thing. And
Yes.
he said, of course, it's a Nazi salute. He said that.
Right, right.
This is how crazy things have gotten. Like,
Well, it's coordinated propaganda. So coordinated propaganda. Doesn't it seem weird that the legacy media all says the same thing? They all say the same thing at the same time using the same phrases. They don't even bother picking up a thesaurus.
right.
So, like right before, the debate between Biden and,
Sharp as
and
a
Trump.
tack.
Sharp, everyone was saying sharp as a tack. Like, who says sharp as a tack? But
Yeah, exactly.
it's like it's not a common phrase.
It's definitely not common to be repeated on air with multiple people simultaneously. That's weird.
Yes,
That's coordinated.
100%.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like hundreds of people saying it simultaneously. They just got their instructions.
Yeah.
So essentially the Dem leadership or political leadership, they issue their instructions and their puppets carry it out.
yeah.
And they're just like puppets in a puppet show.
And that's the problem that I see with all this Doge stuff.
Right.
Because everybody should be celebrating that we've found a way to cut out fraud and waste.
Yeah.
If you pay taxes and you don't like that you have to pay so much in taxes, and then you find out that there's significant fraud and waste that's been exposed, you should be celebrating it. This shouldn't be, oh no, the wrong people found this fact and now it's a bad thing.
Yes.
And then there's the fucking propaganda, the mindfuck of calling it U.S. aid.
Yeah.
Instead of the United States Agency for International Development. It sounds like it's feeding hungry people.
Right.
People are going to starve, Elon. This is horrible. And then you find out, actually, it's like $250 million for transgender animal studies. Like,
Yes,
it's
they're
like
literally mutilating animals.
yes.
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 Mutilating animals in demented studies
Yes.
that are like the worst thing you could possibly imagine from a horror show.
The beagle one. The beagle puppy one.
Horrific,
Yeah,
yeah.
where they covered their head in a basket and put fleas on their heads so they'd eat them alive.
Yeah.
And then they studied these beagles and then killed them. Like, what are you going to learn from that that's good for anybody?
Yeah. There's some psychotic stuff that happens. So, yeah. I guess the real threat here is to the bureaucracy. So, like you probably saw, like, let's say like Trump as a threat to our democracy, which is ironic since he was elected with the majority of the popular vote. They started saying I was a threat to democracy. But if you just replace threat to democracy with threat to bureaucracy, it makes total sense.
Right.
So, the reality is that our elected officials have very little power relative to the bureaucracy until Doge. So Doge is a threat to the bureaucracy. It's the first threat to the bureaucracy. Normally the bureaucracy eats revolutions for breakfast. This is the first time that they're not, that the revolution might actually succeed, that we could restore power to the people instead of power to the bureaucracy.
Now, the size of it
Yeah.
was when you guys first started investigating it, when you first get in, how much of it was shocking? Like this, just the size of it all.
Well, the size of it all, the small decisions result in multi-billion-dollar outcomes. So, we'd see, it was a case where we saw one person was getting $1.9 billion sent to their NGO, which basically got formed about a year ago and had no prior, no prior activity. So they just stand up an NGO. The whole NGO thing is a nightmare. And it's a misnomer, because if you have a government-funded non-governmental organization, you're simply a government-funded organization. It's an oxymoron.
Right. It's a loophole.
Yes. It basically, the government-funded NGOs are a way to do things that would be illegal if they were the government, but are somehow made legal if it's sent to a so-called nonprofit. But these nonprofits are then used to, people cash out these nonprofits. They become very wealthy through nonprofits. They pay themselves enormous sums through these nonprofits.
It's so insane that that's been going on for so long.
It's a gigantic scam, like one of the biggest, maybe the biggest scam ever.
And how many NGOs?
I think there's a total number of NGOs, probably millions, but in terms of large NGOs, tens of thousands. I mean, it's actually kind of a hack to the system, where someone can get an NGO stood up for a fairly small amount of money. Like George Soros was really good at this. Like George Soros is like a system hacker. Like he figured out how to hack the system. He's a genius at arbitrage. I mean, these days he's pretty old, but a genius at arbitrage. So he figured out that you could leverage a small amount of money to create a nonprofit, then lobby the politicians to send a ton of money to that nonprofit, so you can take what might be, a $10 million donation to a nonprofit to create a nonprofit and leverage that into $1 billion NGO. And a nonprofit is a weird word. It's just a non-governmental organization. And then the government continues to fund that every year. And it'll have a nice sounding name, like the Institute for Peace or something like that. But really, it's a graft machine.
And what are the requirements with that money? What do they have to do?
Just really no requirements at all.
So they just get grants and the government just assumes that they're doing good work.
I think a lot of people in the government know that they're not doing good work. But it's a giant graft machine. I mean,
but surely
people online are like unpacking this.
Right. It almost seems fake. Like when you're seeing how we were covering this article that said 55,000 Democrat NGOs were discovered that had been contributing to campaigns and moving things around and pushing propaganda, and they were all connected. And they found it through AI. That you have to go through steps and steps and steps to figure out where the money's coming from. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's all funneling down to this group, and this group does that. And it's a giant propaganda machine, a giant regime change machine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean,
but does it do some good as well?
It does some good. So it's like it's not like 0% good. If it was really 0% good, it'd be much easier to detect. So there's going to be some percent good that they add in there, but it's like it might be 5% or 10% good, but 95% not.
So is there a way to audit all this stuff and find out, oh, these people are actually just sending food to poor people. These people are actually just helping people with water in third world countries. There's a way to do that and keep funding those?
Yeah. I mean, we have continued to fund things that appear to be legitimate, even with the flimsiest, if there's even the flimsiest excuse. Like, I just say, like, send me a picture of the thing. Like, you could literally have AI generate the picture. But if you're not even willing to try to trick me, then we're like not going to send the money. Okay.
So what restrictions were put on? There was some something set aside, like medicine, and there's what was set aside that there wasn't
there was
going to be a freeze on?
work for like Ebola prevention. I actually don't even know if this work is even effective. It may or may not be. Like it could be the kind of thing where you sort of fund Ebola prevention, but it turns out that actually you're funding a lab that develops new Ebola recipes or something.
Yeah.
And they claim it's Ebola prevention, but it's actually Ebola creation. So some of these things I don't know. I mean, just. But it just seems like we shouldn't be sending taxpayer money to dubious enterprises overseas.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And why are we doing it? Like, what exactly is the reason? Is it because we want to make friends with these people so the Chinese don't take over, the Russians don't take over? Okay, how much of that is like a good thing? How much of that is smart to do? And how much is a grift? And without any sort of oversight, which has really been going on for so long, they've just had free run.
Yeah. Well, also we just have a real issue with the budget deficit. It's gigantic. So, like if all things being equal, if we didn't have a gigantic budget deficit where interest payments, the interest on the national debt exceeds the Defense Department budget, which is truly astounding. Which means we're paying over $1 trillion of interest on the national debt. Then okay, we would have more room for wasting money, basically. But when we're spending so much money that the country is going bankrupt, then we really need to stop spending money unless we're sure it is good value.
So essentially, we're like a poorly managed business with an unlimited credit line that is off the rails.
Absolutely.
And if you were a person like you are who comes in and takes over businesses and straightens them out, that's exactly what you're doing.
I mean, most of the time I create businesses from scratch. Like
right.
Twitter was a case where, I kind of bought a company that was, I kind of knew it was a hairball. Well,
you came in at Tesla in the beginning, but they were already doing something, right?
No, Tesla did not exist in any meaningful form. There were no employees. J.B. Straubel joined 3 other people. There was no car. There was no nothing.
So it wasn't even a prototype yet?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a prototype already.
No. There weren't even any employees.
Oh. Wasn't it that's a funny narrative that people like to say, that you didn't even create Tesla then.
Yeah, that's wrong.
So if you're handling the government like a business, you're going to have to go through all of these departments and do the exact same thing that you're doing with USAID. So how does that scale up? Like, how many people do you need to do something like that?
Well, we started off with about 40 people, maybe 100 people. And we're really just going through doing very basic things here. It's as bad as Twitter was, the federal government is much worse. So, in the case of Twitter, it wasn't a profitable company. It was like basically a break-even company, but at least it was break-even, and it had to pass an audit. The federal government is not break-even. It's literally losing $2 trillion a year, and it does not pass its audits. It fails its own audits. So, there's a case where, I think Senator Collins was telling me about how she gave the Navy $12 billion for more submarines, got no extra submarines, and then held a hearing to say where'd the $12 billion go, and they were like, we don't know. That was it. Basically, the stuff is so crazy. Only the federal government could get away with this level of waste. It's mostly waste. It's mostly not fraud. It's mostly waste. It's mostly just ridiculous things happening.
Because they've been able to do it this way for so long, and they've become accustomed to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Milton Friedman said. Money is most poorly spent when you're spending someone else's money on people you don't know. How much are you going to care?
Right.
And that's the federal government. So they're spending someone else's money on people they don't know.
Now imagine any other business that was this badly run that complains when you want to check the books and audit it. and go through all the decisions that have been made and go through all the ledgers and like,
Yeah.
what did you do?
Well, the people receiving the money want to keep receiving the money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, clearly.
Yes. So, but, you know, I mean, the reason I'm putting so much effort into this is that I think it is a very dire situation. It's not a, you know, it's not optional, basically. So, yeah, America's going bankrupt, so that just can't happen.
It's just bizarre to me that some people aren't willing to look at it correctly. They're not willing to see like how much chaos this is, how much waste and fraud there is, how much can be trimmed, and how much. Just because people have jobs doing bullshit doesn't mean your tax dollar should pay for this bullshit.
Yes. I mean, we found just with a basic search of the Social Security database that there were 20 million dead people marked as alive.
But were they getting money?
Some of them are getting money.
What percentage of them?
It isn't clear. We're actually trying to run this ground. I was trying to get an answer right before the show. What it looks like is that most of the fraud is not coming from Social Security payments directly, but because they're marked as alive in the Social Security database, that they can then get disability, unemployment, sort of fake medical payments, and other things because they're marked as alive in the Social Security database. Mm. So it looks like it's a bank. The fraud is a bank shot, essentially. They bank shot into Social Security. They just do an "Are you alive?" check, and then get fraudulent payments from every other part of the government.
Oh,
yeah, and this exploits the fundamental weakness in the government is that the various government databases, they don't talk to each other. So they talk to each other very poorly in a very limited way. So the way that the system gets exploited is by taking advantage of the poor communication between the various databases in the government. To give you an example of like what's happening, say, Treasury, which is improving rapidly, the main payments computer is called PAM, like payment accounts master database or something like that, but everyone calls it PAM. That's responsible for almost $5 trillion of payments a year, roughly $1 billion an hour. And when we came there, we're looking at this PAM, and it's like the payments have no. You could put a payment through with no payment categorization code, and no description on the payment, like basically untraceable blank checks. This is the kind of thing that if it was done as a public company, the company would be immediately delisted, and the executive team would be thrown in prison. But this is just normal at the government. So we said, okay, our recommendation to the Treasury and the Federal Reserve was like, we need to make the payment categorization codes mandatory, not optional, and there needs to be an explanation. We're not judging the quality of the explanation, but there should be some explanation for what this payment is for above nothing. That's a radical change to the system that is being implemented now. My guess is that probably saves $100 billion a year.
Jesus Christ!
That's
where was that money going?
Rough order of magnitude.
Where was that money going?
Well, so this is where you get into the sort of gray boundary between waste and fraud. If money is sent to a person or organization from the government, and you didn't really deserve it, but the government still sent it to you, is that waste or fraud?
Right.
So, I mean, there's a lot of payments where someone just approved the payment, but then that payment officer changed jobs or retired or died, and the payments just keep going. You know, it's like if you forget to pay your gym membership or something like that.
Right.
Now imagine it's not the gym membership. You said your gym membership's $20 billion a year or something, you know, but they forgot to turn it off. That's happening at scale in the government.
Jesus,
it's totally
Christ,
nuts. Is what I'm saying.
So insane.
Yes, it's totally insane. So So
what did you expect when you went in? Did you
I
expect
thought
it would be like
bad.
this?
I thought it would be bad, but I did not think it would be as bad as this. I mean, look, the good news is that it's a target-rich environment for saving money. It's not like if it was a very well-run ship, if it was very efficient, it would be hard to improve. But it's not efficient, so therefore it is actually relatively easy to improve. Let's just say it's not rocket science. You know, I know rocket science. So it's a lot of mundane things. So some of the things are like so crazy that we didn't even know to ask about that because we just assumed like, you know, payments out of the Treasury computer would have a payment categorization code and they would have some explanatory note saying what the payment's for. The idea that it would be just untraceable blank checks didn't occur to us at first.
Jesus.
So anyway, just...
This episode is brought to you by NetSuite. What does the future hold for business? Ask 9 experts and you'll get 10 answers. Bull market, bear market. Until someone invents a crystal ball, over 41,000 businesses are future-proofing their operations with NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud ERP. It brings accounting, financial management, inventory, and HR into one fluid platform. With one unified business management suite, NetSuite gives you a single source of truth, giving you the visibility and control you need to make quick, confident decisions. Plus, real-time insights and forecasting let you peer into the future with actionable data. When you can close the books in days, not weeks, you spend less time looking back and more time at what's next. Whether your company is earning millions or even hundreds of millions, NetSuite helps you respond to immediate challenges and seize your biggest opportunities. Speaking of opportunity, download the CFO's Guide to AI and Machine Learning for free at netsuite.com/Rogan. So is that one of the things that accounts to this? There's this $4.something trillion that's kind of, they don't know where it went. They don't know.
I think that's probably a cumulative number.
Yes.
So, yeah, but yeah, if you add up, it's.
Do you remember that story, Jamie?
Yeah.
What was the story?
Almost what she said. There's like they just didn't have accounting for it, I think.
Yeah, it was spent on legitimate things. Don't worry, but we don't know what we spent it on.
Well, I mean, how do you know? Obviously, one cannot say it was spent legitimately if they don't know what it was spent on. That doesn't make any sense.
This is such a fascinating time because with this setup, the way it is right now, with Trump back in after all that happened to him, and with you there, and with RFK Jr. and Tulsi and Kash Patel, it's like this is a wild time. To find out what's really going on. That's like never happened before. This is nothing like the first term.
No.
Like the first term, he had a bunch of neocons in the cabinet, and there's a bunch of shady people that he didn't know, and he had to appoint all these different people, and maybe he got some bad picks. Now he's had 4 years to stew on it.
Right.
And with you guys all going through this, we're getting an understanding of the government that we've literally never had before.
Yeah, this is a revolutionary cabinet. And maybe the most revolutionary cabinet since the first revolution. This is not a bunch of business as usual types. So this is why, like, you know, some of the Senate confirmations were quite challenging, is because when you try to appoint people who are going to change the system, the system doesn't want to let them through.
But it's fascinating because it's like the vampires all out themselves. Like now everybody knows who the system is. Like if you're just lying openly about U.S. aid and then they come and hear you talk on a podcast and explain what's really going on. Like he's starving mothers. There's mothers that can't get food.
Totally false.
That's all you're hearing.
Yeah.
That's no one's talking in any of these mainstream liberal talk shows. No one is talking about all this fraud and waste.
Yeah, because we're cutting off their graft machine. So that's what they're upset about. That's the real thing they're upset about. And if people want to know what Doge is cutting, and I want to be clear, like these are cuts that Doge recommends to the department, and usually these recommendations are followed. But these are recommendations that are then confirmed by the department. You can see line by line what Doge has done at doge.gov. So whatever we do, we put on doge.gov so you can see everything that is being done.
And there's a tracker that shows
Yeah.
is it how much money has been saved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can look at each line item, and like a bunch of these sort of far left shows will say like, oh, it's a constitutional crisis, blah blah blah. But what they won't do is point out which payments are wrong.
Right.
So my challenge to them is point out which payments are wrong.
Yeah. Go through it.
Which of these sort of waste/fraud things are wrong? Which line? Explain that line to the public. They won't
Right.
be able to.
Right. Yeah, that's why you're not hearing any specifics. You're
That's
hearing
why no
anecdotal
specifics.
stories about mothers
But
starving.
we can name the specifics
Yeah.
line by line.
And
We got the receipts.
and here's the other thing. If
We
you're
post the receipts.
and if you're only talking about the propaganda
Yeah.
talking points and you're not talking about the very clear fraud and waste,
Yeah.
it's very obvious what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're just gaslighting.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So exactly, because we're saying, like, look, in fact, I've said we're going to make mistakes. We're not going to be perfect. So if we make a mistake, we'll quickly fix it. So we'll we need to act fast. So stop wasting billions of dollars of taxpayer money. But if we make a mistake, we'll reverse it quickly.
Right.
And, so.
There's also this
Just-
interesting narrative that you shouldn't have access to this Social Security information, as if no one's had access to it before, as if the Biden administration in 2023 there was like 53 people, some of them were students, that had access to all this stuff.
Yeah. As it is, there are tens of thousands of federal employees that have access to, already to the system. Anyone from Doge has to go through the same vetting process that those federal employees went through. So it's not like some unvetted, random situation. If, for example, there's a security clearance needed, the Doge person has to have that same security clearance. So there's no reduction in security. But I mean, obviously, the vast numbers of Social Security numbers have leaked onto the internet. People have hacked the government systems multiple times. Vast amounts of public information has been hacked and dumped onto the internet. So, there's a guy at the IRS that leaked 500,000 tax returns just a few years ago.
On purpose?
Yeah.
For what reason?
For political, he wanted to. I think he was trying to get at Trump and maybe me and a few others. But he stole like 500,000 tax returns. Yeah, like not a few, like it's a lot of tax returns.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that story. Now I
yeah, you
remember
can just
it. Yeah.
you just read about it online. It's a real thing.
So these are the narratives. That's the narrative that you shouldn't have access to Social Security. The other narrative is that starving people are going to die and women aren't going to be pregnant and not have nutrients for their babies, and that's all you're hearing. And
Yeah, well, that's the only thing they can say, but they can't point to the line item.
right.
And so they can't say like, well, this is the thing where, the nutrients for pregnant mothers were stopped.
Right.
They can't point to that because we didn't.
Right.
Is a lie.
What's fascinating to me is how much the mainstream media is in line with the very specific talking points, and how little you'll have Fox News. You essentially have Fox News on television. It's
Right.
like the only one that is pointing out the ridiculous fraud and waste. And
Yeah.
I know you saw the Jeff Bezos thing in the Washington Post. They're going to stop all the wacky editorials and limit that stuff to, I think it was wealth and personal freedom or something along those lines.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think there's kind of, I think it makes sense because he's just talking about the things, not the sort of, he's just talking about the opinions.
Opinion pieces.
The opinion
yeah.
pieces. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the regular journalism stays the same. So.
Well, it's a detriment to their business. I mean, you're seeing over and over again people that they don't want to hear all this shit from these people anymore. It's
Yeah.
like you're saying, it's almost like you're caught in an outdated version of the virus. and everybody else already has the immunity to that virus. Like this is, you know, like you need a new mind virus. The one that you're pushing, it's like it doesn't work anymore. It's too crazy.
Yeah, the whole thing's very crazy. I mean, the media is incredibly partisan. I mean, they're not. I mean, almost all the media is, left shifted.
Yeah.
So it's kind of weird if you talk to somebody who gets all their information from like what I call legacy media. They're living in a different world.
Yeah.
Than if they say are listening to your podcast or getting news from X or just if it's kind of wild. Like
it is very wild.
Like you talked, it's like they're living in an alternate reality.
Oh, there's a lot of people that I talk to that I have to go, where did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, like the Associated Press, which I call Associated Propaganda, the AP. They ran a international news story saying that DOJ fired air traffic controllers, but we didn't fire any air traffic controllers at all. In fact, we're trying to hire air traffic controllers, not fire them.
Yeah, I saw that. You made a tweet about it, right?
Yeah.
What do you call it now? Do you call it a post?
Post, yeah, whatever.
You can't call it a tweet, though. Do you call it a tweet accidentally
I'll call it
ever?
Post. I don't know. Listen to. But like if one, like let's say if somebody puts up like a 2-hour long video, that's not a tweet.
Right. It's a post.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. So, but I'm not hard over if people still want to call it a tweet, whatever.
But you put a post about it, just to get back to it, saying that we need highly qualified air traffic controllers. If you've retired, if you would consider doing it again, we could use you. Yes.
So a lot of really qualified air traffic controllers were pushed out because of DEI stuff. So, I mean, not to be blunt, I mean, a bunch of really good, talented old white guys were pushed out. It's not cool. And so there's a talent shortage in air traffic control because of DEI and not hiring people on merit,
Which is so crazy that worked.
I think we should not put the public safety at risk.
No.
Because of some demented philosophy.
Somebody made a post today about it infiltrating the NSA. Did you see any of that?
That was
crazy.
Some gnarly stuff.
Yeah, crazy. What they had, it started off as just like this sort of fringe thing, and people would meet up. Then it completely infiltrated the organization. Yeah, and they were spending all their time.
It was like 400 people or something, and some sex chat room with like some extremely demented stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I know I saved it. I'll send it to you, Jamie, because it's so kooky. You what? This is the NSA. I thought the NSA was just all about like information and
we're supposed to
business.
Like spy on, like if so there's a national threat or something.
Yeah, I think this is exactly it. So more than 100 intelligence staffers will be fired over sexually explicit texts in NSA chat rooms, Gabbard says. So top intelligence official told Waters that the workers in question were brazen in using an NSA platform intended for professional use to conduct this kind of really, really horrific behavior. What is the behavior? What is it? Do they say in this article?
Yeah. I think they were also...
Okay, it says employees who participate in the NSA's obscene, pornographic, and sexually explicit chat rooms.
Your tax dollars at work.
Well, it was all like it was all like LGBTQ stuff. There was a lot of like transition stuff, and I know I definitely saved it, but point is, it infiltrated the organization.
It's not what they should be talking about
at all. Yeah,
it's supposed to be protecting the country,
right? Yeah. And people were talking about how they're spending half their time in these meetings. And that they're just like constantly having to attend these things where they talk about these issues. Like, what are you doing? Like, if you have a problem with someone that's discriminatory, get rid of that person. That's it.
Yes.
It's problem's over. You've got someone who's homophobic in your business. They're openly homophobic. Yeah, you can't work here.
Sure.
That's not cool. That's it. That's it. You don't have to have fucking meetings constantly promoting this. You're not going to change someone's opinion by berating them over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, a work environment should be a professional environment where they're getting the job done that they're being paid to do. It should be.
Of course,
it's obviously not supposed to be sort of getting paid for bizarre sexcapades.
It's just so fascinating that the virus is so strong that it made it into the NSA.
Yes,
and you would think those are some hardcore.
And the CIA too. I believe the CIA was in there too.
Yeah, they were in there too, which is bananas. You would think same thing, like hard-nosed, like tough people doing hard work
who can spy on you whenever they want.
Yeah. Yeah.
And get revenge on you whenever they want.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
Yeah.
And, they exist when the president leaves. They stay. People move around. You stay a part of the organization for your entire career. You get deeply entrenched in their system and how things work and who's back to rub and who's a bad guy, who's a good guy, who's on our side, who's not.
Yeah. It's scary, actually.
Yeah.
So.
Was that what's taken so long with this Epstein files?
Yeah, what's up with that?
What is up with that? It was like.
Yeah.
It's like Lucy and the football with Charlie Brown when she always pulls that football away.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's like they keep telling us they're going to release it day one. Oh, day
we have
one.
a serious case of no one's being arrested ophobia,
Well, there's also right.
Like, what the fuck is going on?
What the fuck is going on? Also, there's this real fear that someone's destroying the evidence, and you keep hearing these stories, unsubstantiated stories, of FBI people.
Well, where is
shredding.
the evidence? I mean, the guy had tons of videos and recordings.
Yeah.
I mean, he had all sorts of things.
Right.
Like, there's a mountain of evidence.
Right.
So where is that mountain?
Yeah, where is that mountain? And what would be the reason why they would agree? Like, there would have to be something in it for them to agree to not put it out. Right? Like, there has to be some sort of financial entanglement, some sort of relationship with the people that are on that list.
Yeah.
That they can provide a value that was big enough for you to not release it or to slow release it or to hope you can get away with like putting out some redacted files that don't show anything.
Yeah.
This is only stage one.
Redacted.
Only stage one. Don't worry. The real stuff's coming. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why wouldn't you just release it all? Like, what could possibly be worth protecting in there?
I mean, I think I've got probably the same information that, I mean, I'm just reading what's the latest thing on the X, I'm just looking at my X feed and I'm like, it's a real page turner. And like, I thought we were going to get some revelations today. I was like, big binders full of stuff.
Yeah.
There's got to be something in there.
Well, there was all those people that were given a copy of it. They were all like waving it around like they got the Willy Wonka ticket.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And what happened?
Nothing.
Nothing.
So
I think Laura Loomer released it online. I think.
I'm watching
right?
Yeah, she's not very pleased about this.
So does anybody find anything in there that's interesting?
No, it's all old stuff from 2015 and 2021.
Okay, what the fuck is going on?
But then apparently they discovered a whole bunch of stuff at the Southern District of New York.
Right.
So that's and then I'm like. And I mean, I think Pam Bondi is actually great, and Kash Patel are great, but they just got there,
Right.
So then they just got there, but they're in a hostile environment. They're not in a friendly environment.
Right.
So it's like if you suddenly got put in captain of a ship, but the crew was previously your enemy.
Right.
The entire crew was previously your enemy.
Right. And you're telling them, give me evidence.
Yeah, the crew doesn't want to give you the evidence.
Shows you guys are all criminals.
They were like your mortal enemies just a moment ago. You just got there.
Yeah.
So I think we got to give, the Attorney General and new director of the FBI a little bit of slack here because they literally just got there.
I think so too. But hey, don't say you're going to release it on day one. Then you shouldn't have said that.
Sure.
And don't say you got a big drop coming tomorrow, and that's some bullshit that's been around forever.
It's disappointing.
Yeah, and where's the JFK files? Where are those?
Yeah.
Let them go.
Did they release anything on that front? Or?
I don't know what's going on. It can't be anything that's gotten to me yet. So if nothing's gotten to me yet, it can't be significant.
If there's conspiracy evidence, someo's going to send it to you.
Yes, Tim Dillon's going to text me. 100%.
Yeah.
Tim Dillon, Dave Smith, someone's going to send
Somebody's
it my way.
going to send you the
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, so it
Right.
hasn't
So
it hasn't been released yet.
There's no way.
Yeah. You would find out. And here's the real question. Like, what could even be in there at this point that they haven't cleared out? If you've got paperwork from 1963, like, what is in there still? What is in there that could possibly be incriminating that supposedly Trump said that if you saw what they showed me, you wouldn't release it either? Okay, what the fuck is that?
I haven't seen it, so...
Cash Patel has.
He has?
He said he's seen it all. Yeah.
Can he just post it to his X account or something? I mean,
that sounds like an Elon move. I don't think he can.
Yeah.
He's the director of the FBI. I think he has to go through proper channels. And
does he? He is the channel.
Yeah, but there's rules. He sounds like Trump. He sounds like Trump. He needs an executive order.
What about the storm? I am the storm. I mean, what channels? He is the channel.
Well, again, imagine just getting to the hull or just getting to the deck of the ship, and you're the captain.
Yeah.
And now you have to figure out who's running things, who's doing this, where is everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just getting anything done, like I said, you just joined as captain of a ship where the crew hates your guts.
Yeah, they were your enemy.
Yeah, they were your enemy.
Yeah.
They're strongly opposed to anything you want to do.
Yeah.
And you're trying to give them orders.
And you're trying to expose them.
Yeah, they don't want to be exposed.
Right. You're literally people that are working there are probably a part of this problem.
I mean, I was reading on X that like Comey's daughter is like the lead prosecutor in the Southern District of New York. Did you read that?
Yes.
And like, so obviously there's a bit of an entanglement there.
A little bit.
Like, what if there's something that you know puts her dad in a bad light? Yeah, exactly.
He's a fucking shredder. Hit that delete button.
The shredder's working overtime, you know.
Did you see General Flynn? He was on a podcast and he spoke directly to James Comey.
Yeah.
He said, "Jim, you're going to jail, and unless you give up someone deeper than you, and you know who that is." You know who I'm talking about? Like, that is wild.
Yeah.
To think that the former director of the FBI might be really in that kind of deep shit, and then he really actually was doing some evil, corrupt shit while he was running the FBI.
I mean, it seems like there's some very shady stuff that's been going on.
It seems like it definitely happened in the 60s, right? Everybody kind of admits to that. They admit the FBI killed Black Panthers. They did a lot of shit. There's a lot of stuff that went on that we know the government did way back in the day.
Yeah, why don't we just data dump the files? Just like go in there, take photos of all the papers, presumably paper, and just post it online, and let the chips fall where they may.
Isn't presumably everyone involved
is it in like
dead?
some like filing cabinet somewhere? I don't know.
Right. Where is it?
Where's the magic filing cabinet?
How are they hiding it? Who's got access to it? Like this is what I was hoping. Day one, I was hoping, but obviously it's taking a lot longer than that. So
I think part of it is like you know, like let's say you were made director of the FBI.
Okay. I might be able to.
Yeah,
that's what's crazy.
Like literally, you
know,
go
Dan
there.
Bongino, what's he doing now? He's one of the big dogs of the FBI. But he was
Dan's a
a Secret
guy.
Service guy. Yeah, legit guy. But people think of him as a Fox News guy, just like Pete Hegseth. Same thing. They don't want to think about his distinguished military career.
Right.
They want to say, oh, that Fox News guy? Deputy Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Yeah. I mean, Dan's hardcore. I
Very.
mean, if it's reasonably findable, I think he's going to find it.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Between him and Cash, I mean, like, I think they're going to get stuff
How
out there.
crazy would it be if they couldn't, though? How crazy would it be if they can't find anything? If it's that,
Yeah.
If everybody shuts their mouths and everybody covers their ass.
Like an FBI computer where you type in the search?
That's what I want to
just
know.
like with the basic mechanism here. Like, it's either in a filing cabinet in paper where it's like, you know, maybe there's like progressive levels of security. You know, you go like, open this door. Oh, you got to have. Do you have the pass for this level? And you're like, they get a level unlocked, and there's a level unlocked, and it's like
you get in there, and there's
Men
an
in Black,
old
and it's finally
Acer
like
laptop.
Yeah,
there's an old
what does this even
unplugged
look
laptop.
Like,
you got to only plug it in. It's in a skiff.
Yeah, this is why I think like a tour of Fort Knox would be awesome. Like a live tour of Fort Knox, we can actually see. It's like, is the gold there or not? They say it is. Like, is it real, or did somebody spray paint some lead? You know.
Imagine if it's not.
Imagine if it's not all there, like some of it's missing. Where to go?
What if a lot of it's missing? What if like half of it's missing?
I mean, how do we even know?
I don't know. They said the last time they let someone look at it was decades ago.
Yeah. Well, I believe the last formal audit was in the 50s. So I'm like, okay.
Oh my God! Just think about all
Maybe we
the other
should check
things
it
you've already-
again.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Think about all the other stuff that you pointed out. All the checks that just go out, the NGO payments, the Social Security people. Think about all that.
Yeah.
Now apply that to the gold.
No, absolutely. I just want to emphasize the sheer madness of the government. It's just because they have the magic money computers that the checks never bounce for the federal government. So you don't have the normal corrective mechanism that you'd have for a company or for an individual. The checks just always clear. The net result is inflation, which is effectively a tax on everyone. But the Defense Department hasn't passed an audit in I don't know how many years.
7 years.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So it's like you'd have to be friggin' Chuck Norris only Chuck Norris could get the Defense Department to pass an audit, type of thing. That's the level of skill you need,
Well, that's what's so insane if you bring it back to the idea that it's a business.
Well, yeah.
This would never be tolerated in any kind of functional business.
Exactly. So, the Pentagon will their accounting error, the stuff that they lose in the couch cushions is $20-30 billion a year. They just don't know where it went. It's gone. Where'd it go? And it's gone.
It's so insane.
It's insane.
It's so insane.
So that's why I say, even simple things like just requiring that outgoing payments for the Treasury computer have a payment code and a comment of what the payment is about and someone to call about the payment, I think will have a very powerful effect in stopping wasteful outflows and stopping fraud.
Yeah, and here's another way to look at this. Imagine if there are people like you and the Doge team out there in the world. Imagine if one of those works for an organization like USAID or any other organization and has this understanding of how much fuckery is involved, but they have evil intentions. And they're entwined in this system for decades and decades, and they've built a career and all the entanglements that come with it, and they start moving shit around. You could probably do it easy. It sounds like the way you've laid it out. If you were a career person who's in there forever, who knew how everything works, and you were very clever, you could make some shit happen. And you could probably do it in conjunction with some people that you know that are forming an NGO. Hey, let's all work together.
Yeah.
And this is the resistance that you're facing.
Yeah. I think it's the biggest scam of all time.
This is not something you ever sought out to do.
Literally the biggest scam of all time, ever.
Of human history.
Of human history, yes.
Wow. I think you're right.
Yeah.
What else
it's
could
probably
be better?
a $1 trillion scam. There's never been a $1 trillion scam,
Now, this is not something that you ever set out to do. This is not. You didn't have this as a career aspiration. This is not.
This is the most absurd outcome I can possibly imagine. Actually, also Doge started as a sort of a meme coin.
Right.
It was like a joke cryptocurrency involving memes and dogs. Mm-hmm.
Which is so funny that the letters wound up being perfect.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was originally going to call it the Government Efficiency Commission, which is a very boring name. And then people online were like, no, it needs to be the Department of Government Efficiency. And I was like, you know what? You're right.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more evidence of the simulation.
Totally.
That little Shiba Inu.
Our mascot is a cute dog.
Yeah. And it's a meme coin. The meme coin's probably worth a lot of money right now, right? Every time you tweet about it,
probably. I don't
shoots
know.
up.
Yeah.
The whole meme coin thing is bananas.
Yeah.
It is so bananas that people dump real money into these coins, and then you could just pump them up and sell them.
A casino or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's totally gambling.
And people just do whatever the greater fool theory and musical chairs, and whoever's the last to sit down loses type of thing.
And somehow or another, it's still legal. That's.
I mean, the thing is, I think not too many people. I mean, it's sort of you go to the casino. If you expect to win at the casino, you're being a fool. Okay?
Right.
So I think if you expect to win at meme coins, it's not which is being foolish. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're not going to win at meme coins. It's like it's but if you want, like, don't sink your life savings into a meme coin.
No, but you can gamble a little, and you can ride waves and win a little and lose a little.
If you want to have some fun, and don't come, then play with meme coins.
But if you put your family's
don't bet the farm.
If you put your family's wealth
on a meme coin
in the Hock
at the risk of saying something bold and outrageous, don't bet the farm on a meme coin.
The weird one is the pump and dumps. Like people
happen all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
And people get shocked that somebody pump and dumped. Like, what are you doing? Did you like? I was hoping to dump. I was hoping to make all the money out of this. I can't believe they got me. Like,
yeah.
It's just weird that it's legal still.
I mean, casinos are legal.
Yeah,
and
it is
people
like a
just
casino.
lose money at casinos.
Yeah,
you know?
But you can't rig a casino like a pump and dump. You could rig a pump and dump. You know?
Yeah, I guess so.
Like you could run a real pyramid scheme.
Well, I mean, the government's one big pyramid scheme, if you ask me.
Yeah, well, you can tell me better than anybody.
Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time.
Right, explain that.
Oh, so well, people pay into Social Security, and the money goes out of Social Security immediately. But the obligation for Social Security is your entire retirement career. So you're paying with you're paying like if you look at the future obligations of Social Security, it far exceeds the tax revenue. Far. Have you ever looked at the debt clock?
Yes.
Okay. There's our present day debt, but then there's our future obligations. So when you look at the future obligations of Social Security, the actual national debt is like double what people think it is because of the future obligations. So basically, people are living way longer than expected, and there are fewer babies being born. So you have more people who are retired and that live for a long time and get retirement payments. So the future obligations. So however bad the financial situation is right now for the federal government, it will be much worse in the future. At the risk of being a buzzkill here.
Did you see...
So we better fix what we got right now, because if it's bad now, it's going to be much worse in the future.
There was an interview with this woman who was a whistleblower.
Yeah.
Did we ever find out if that was true?
There's so many whistles being blown. It's hard to keep track.
A lot of whistles. But this one lady...
It was only in one state. It was very specific instance.
Right,
I believe.
but it was using Social Security money, correct? That was her.
I don't know.
That was her allegation. So what she was alleging was that she was in charge of turning illegal immigrants into clients. That's what they would call them, and that she would go to them and try to ask them, "Do you have a headache? Do you have back problems?
Yes.
If you do, now you can be permanently disabled. You get permanent disability, so you get Social Security for life."
Yes.
Yeah.
Not just Social Security, but disability, which is even more.
Right, and you get them on the taxpayer dole right away the moment, and they're illegal aliens.
Yes. Oh, so if I were to say, like, what's at the heart of the sort of, like, why is the Democrat propaganda machine so fired up to destroy me? That's the main reason. The main reason is that entitlements fraud, that includes like Social Security, disability, Medicaid, entitlements fraud for illegal aliens is what is serving as a gigantic magnetic force to pull people in from all around the world and keep them here. Like basically, if you pay people at a standard of living that is above 90% of Earth, then you have a very powerful incentive for 90% of Earth to come here and to stay here. But if you end the illegal alien fraud, then you turn off that magnet, and they leave, and they stop coming, and the ones that are here, many of them will simply leave. And if that happens, they will lose a massive number of Democratic voters.
And if it didn't happen, they would turn those people into voters.
Correct.
Which they were trying to do.
They're already turning them. So in New York State, illegal aliens can already vote in state and city elections. A lot of people don't know that. I mean, they're trying to fight that, they're trying to stop that, but they're currently, I think it's like 600,000 are registered to vote, illegal aliens in New York.
That is wild.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at, say, FEMA, like the agency that was paying for illegal aliens to stay at luxury hotels in New York was FEMA. That's an agency that's meant to support Americans in distress from natural disasters, was paying for luxury hotels for illegals in New York.
It's true. Yeah.
That's a fact.
Fact.
They're literally, like, when we stopped that payment, we stopped all those monies, because that's obviously an insane way to spend taxpayer money. The New York sued the federal government to get the money. So you could just look at their lawsuit. They were sending that money even after President Trump signed an executive order saying it needs to stop. They still press send on $80 million to luxury hotels in New York. Your tax money went to pay for illegal aliens in luxury hotels in New York from an agency that is meant to help Americans in distress from natural disasters.
Right, and I would like to
That's
know
fucked
how
up.
much. And I would like to know how much they spent on North Carolina and how much they spent on Maui.
Yes, exactly. What's actually happening is they're buying voters. That's really what's happening. It's like a giant voter fraud scam. They're importing voters, and it's really just a matter of time. So, like, if a lot of people have trouble believing this, but the more you look at it, the more you will realize just how much of a problem this is, and how it's not just real. It is an attempt to destroy democracy in America. That's what, in my view, it is what it really is. Like, if you take the sort of 7 swing states, like, often the margin of victory there is like maybe 20,000 votes. If you put 200,000 illegals in there, and they have like a 80% likelihood of voting Dem, and it's only a matter of time before they become citizens, then those swing states will not be swing states in the future. And if they are not swing states, we'll be a permanent one-party state country. Permanent, deep blue socialist state. That's what America will become.
And that was the game plan.
That was the game plan. That is still the game plan.
And so
they almost succeeded. If the machine of which the Kamala puppet was the representation had won, that's what would have happened. The reason I went so hardcore for Trump was because, to me, this was a fork in the road, a very obvious fork in the road. If they had another 4 years, they would legalize enough illegals in the swing states to make the swing states not swing states. They would be blue states. Then they would win the presidential. They'd win the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They would then make district, D.C. into a state. Maybe Puerto Rico, get 4 extra senators, pack the Supreme Court. So then you'll have the House, Judiciary, Senate, and presidency, all blue. And then they will keep importing more illegals to cement that outcome. Basically what happened in California.
Jesus Christ.
It would have been the end. That's why I went so hardcore for Trump. It was otherwise been the end. And that's why the Democrat machine is so intent on destroying me.
It's just so fascinating that people can't see this.
I mean, I invite people to do their research. The more they do their research, the more they will see that what I'm saying is absolutely true. It's like, just do the research.
Yeah. It's such a bad idea, even for the Democrats, which is what they don't understand. Like, it's the same
it's not
people.
ultimately going to work out.
No, it's the same people.
Yes.
It's just they're doing it under the guise that they're the kind, compassionate, progressive people.
Yes.
But the same outcome takes place. It's just about control. And they probably institute some central bank digital currency and some social credit score system. And then you're
censorship,
fucked.
of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, that was the big fear coming into this election, was that if they can't censor things like, we talked about it before, but there was two major forks in the road. The big one was Trump didn't get shot.
Yep.
The other big one was you buy Twitter.
Yeah.
And if those two things don't happen, the whole world looks different.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't want to be on that timeline.
No, we don't want to have only one side represented, because guess what? They will hijack that side, whatever it is. They will hijack that side and use it for money and control. And that's what it's all about. It's not about good people versus bad people. It's a bullshit shell game.
Yeah. I mean, I think these things are actually, it's easy to understand if you look at basic incentives. The basic incentive here is the more illegals that the Democrats can bring in, the more likely they are to win. So that's what they're going to do. That's what they have been doing. And it worked in California. California's supermajority Dem. And look at all the companies that are leaving California.
Yeah.
I mean, In-N-Out just announced they're leaving.
Yep.
Their headquarters leaving California.
They're moving to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and California made healthcare free for illegals.
Yeah.
As of last year. So, and that obviously that's a gigantic magnet for more illegals. And this is not a thing you can solve simply with money, because what happens is you simply have more patients than a doctor can possibly see, and you can't just, make doctors out of nothing. So sometimes people are like, oh, it's just a money thing. No, it takes a long time for somebody to become a doctor. 30 years, and so what actually happens in California is that there are too many patients for the doctors to see. So then the average citizen in California suffers as a result. Now, the elite in California are fine because they have private doctors. They can just pay for the best doctors. So the elite in California are doing fine, but your average citizen in California is not doing fine. And the tax burden for healthcare for illegals was supposed to be $3 billion. I think they now estimate it's $9 billion. But that number will scale to infinity. Basically, it's like, why not?
Right.
Why not? If you need any operation at all, come to California and have it be free.
Right.
From anywhere on earth.
And the people that want to look at it in the most charitable way, they say, oh, well, these people are hardworking, good people, and they're the backbone of our city, and they should have access to all the things that we have access to. And I just don't think they understand that it's a political pawn. I don't think they understand.
It's a political game.
This is not done for compassion and kindness.
No.
This is just done to ensure that it stays blue.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's essentially a bribery with your tax dollars.
Yes, this is why the Dems will not even deport criminals.
Yeah.
Because every criminal deported is a lost vote. So even if somebody is an illegal with a criminal record and commits crime in America, they are still were not being deported.
And then on top of that, California made it actually illegal to ask for ID when people vote.
Yes. California and New York, you are not allowed to show your ID when you vote. I just want to be clear so everyone understands this. In California and New York, you are not allowed to show your ID even if you want to.
Right. Why would that ever be a good idea?
I mean,
if you wanted to steel man it,
if you're trying to facilitate fraud in elections, it's a great idea.
that's the only reason.
Yes.
There's no other reason logically why that would be a good idea.
It's for fraud. It's like wake up, sheeple, wake up, hello. Like, let's say you wanted to commit fraud. What are the things you would do?
Yeah,
you would say you don't need ID, and you can mail in your ballot.
And we'll give you free health care.
Yes.
Stay here.
Yes.
Stay here. I know it's on fire, but stay here.
I mean, in this case, it being on fire is not just a metaphor in California. Okay. It's just like, goddamn, entire neighborhoods burning down.
It's just once they allowed people to vote that are not legal in California, if you're going to do that, it's over.
Exactly. There's no coming back from that.
The numbers are just people are so indoctrinated too. There's so many people that no matter what, they think voting Republican means you're an asshole.
Yes.
And they won't do it. They
Yes.
won't do it. They'll put their fucking rainbow flag on their porch and they'll just ride it right into the beach.
Civilizational suicide.
Yeah. Right to the rocks. Bang,
Yeah.
crash the boat.
I mean, there's a guy who posts on X who's great, Godsad.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine.
Oh,
He's been on
great.
the podcast a bunch of times.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
And he talks about, basically suicidal empathy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if there's so much empathy that you actually suicide yourself.
Yeah.
So that we've got civilizational suicidal empathy going on. And it's like, I believe in empathy. Like, I think you should care about other people, but you need to have empathy for civilization as a whole and not commit to a civilizational suicide.
Also, don't let someone use your empathy against you so they can completely control your state and then
Yes.
do an insanely bad job of managing it and never get removed.
The fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy. The empathy exploit. They're exploiting a bug in Western civilization, which is the empathy response. So, and I think empathy is good, but you need to think it through and not just be programmed like a robot.
Right. Understand when empathy has been actually used as a tool.
Yes, like it's weaponized empathy is the issue.
Yeah.
Weaponized empathy, and yeah.
And it's also the rigid adherence to that liberal ideology. Like, you can't switch sides over there. Like California, if you're a part of that whole tech, Hollywood, entertainment, any of those circles, you're on the left.
Yeah.
Like, almost wholly. Almost
It's-
completely.
It's borderline illegal to be a Republican in California. I mean, in San Francisco or LA, it's borderline illegal to be a Republican.
You're certainly shunned.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
in like San Francisco, you could shoot heroin while taking a dump on the mayor's car in front of City Hall, okay, and nothing would happen to you. But if you walk down the street with a MAGA hat, you're gonna get attacked. It's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, it's insane. What's also so Orwellian that a hat that says "Make America Great Again"
Yeah.
would cause people to have a violent reaction. Like, aren't you American? Wouldn't just as a whole, like the saying, wouldn't that be a good thing for everyone? Make America Great Again.
Yes.
But because it's attached to Donald Trump and that red hat, you'll get maced for wearing that red hat. They will make America worse by beating you. So it's like it's an evil thing they're doing, a violent assault in America because you want to make America great again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a scene in a book. It doesn't seem like it could be that ridiculous. Like, remember
Yes.
when All Lives Matter would get you fired?
Which is insane.
Insane. People got
insane.
fired because they
Yes.
said all lives matter.
Which is a very reasonable thing to say.
How reasonable is that?
Yes.
That's essentially saying everybody matters. But
That's literally
not,
all you're saying.
that's not what you were supposed to say. You had to say Black Lives Matter, which of course they do if you say all lives matter. Everybody matters.
Yes.
But the idea of being a colorblind society was completely abandoned somewhere around 2012-ish.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, I sort of can trace it to when did the gun emoji get nerfed? When did it turn into a squirt gun?
That was a couple of years ago.
That was like 2016, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it became a squirt gun. Can you bring it
that's
back
when you
to
know-
X?
Yeah, no. Right now, if you use a gun emoji on X, the Apple will insist that it be a squirt gun, and then the X app turns it back into a 1911.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
So you can actually have a 1911 gun. We reverted the Apple change inside the app.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. That thing's so offensive. The
Yeah.
gun and then the pregnant man. Both of those got me. Like, you motherfuckers.
Yeah, I mean, I like that meme where it's like the people telling you that what you're hearing is disinformation are the same people that did the pregnant man emoji.
Yes. Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah. Well, also the same people that
It's like-
say a woman attacked a Tesla factory.
Yeah.
The woman.
It's a dude.
It's a dude. Like, really obvious dude. Really big
like a mentally
looking,
ill dude.
Yeah, mentally ill dude with a wig on. Say that.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Yes.
NBC, even Fox.
You're looking at
I
the
think
picture
even Fox
and you're
called
like,
it a woman.
yo, this is a dude with a strong jawline.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's wearing woman face.
This is a buff. It's a buff dude.
Yeah, it's a buff dude wearing woman face. Like,
I mean, come on.
That's not a woman.
Yeah. And they're like saying, watch out for disinformation. I'm like, what are you talking about?
It's so crazy.
This is bullshit.
I mean, it's just more evidence of the virus, though, right? Like, it killed objectivity, killed reality, and it demanded strict adherence, or you were attacked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any questioning of it would result in being ostracized.
Do you like what kind of responsibility do you feel like, knowing that if you didn't take over Twitter and turn it into X, if that didn't happen, like I really think the world's a very different place right now. Like, how long
Yes.
have you owned it for?
A couple years, basically.
Imagine a couple years of it being run the way it was run before, and probably accelerating.
I mean, my account would have been suspended long ago. For sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just for the disinformation.
Yeah. It would have been...
Trump would have never come back. Alex Jones would have definitely never been back.
Definitely not.
No.
So, yeah.
Does that weigh on you? Like, I would feel like that would be a fucking heavy responsibility.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to keep civilization going here, for longer. So, I think we at least want to build a city on Mars and become a multi-planet civilization, which I think would be incredibly important in ensuring the long-term survival of civilization.
Are you still rescuing those people that are stuck in the space station?
Yeah, that's coming up in a couple of weeks, I think.
Whoa. They've been up there for how long, Jamie? They were supposed to be there for a couple of days, right?
I think actually probably 4 weeks. Oh, they're supposed to be there. They were supposed to be up there for like 8 days.
Yeah.
And they've been up there for like, I think, 8 months. So a little longer than expected.
Fuck.
Yeah.
What is it going to be like for those people when they get back? They're going to be a wreck for a long time, right?
Yeah, if the longer you stay up there, you get, sort of in zero G, you get increased bone loss. So it ended up being like this political football and sort of hotly contested topic. We offered to bring them back early. This offer was rejected by the Biden administration.
Why?
For political reasons.
That's so crazy.
There's no way that they're going to make anyone who's supporting Trump look good.
Wow. What do you think they would have done if they had won? How would they get those people back?
No, they can only get them back with a SpaceX spacecraft, but they pushed the return date past the inauguration date.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they would have let you do it, but after the
Yeah.
Wow. And so it would have been them authorizing you.
Well, there
to
isn't
do
anyone
it.
else to do it.
NASA can't get them.
The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft is the only one that is considered safe enough to bring them back. So the NASA concluded that the Boeing spacecraft was not safe. So that's why they're stuck there.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And you can't ask Russia to help.
That would be awkward.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be a nice thing if they did. They said, guys, we'll help.
I think that for enough money they would.
You think so?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
they would obviously treat it as a propaganda victory and charge crazy money.
It's just disgusting that they would use that as a political tool.
Yeah. So, well, they were also, the Biden administration was also suing SpaceX. They had this massive lawsuit against SpaceX for SpaceX not hiring asylum seekers.
Right.
So people say oh, Elon's making it up. The Biden administration wasn't against SpaceX. I'm like, bro, the Department of Justice had a massive lawsuit against SpaceX for not hiring asylum seekers, even though it is illegal for us to hire anyone who is not a permanent resident. So it is both. There's a law that says you have to hire asylum seekers, but there's also a law that says anyone hired by a rocket company, which is an advanced weapons technology, must be a permanent resident. And an asylum seeker is not a permanent resident. So it is both legal and illegal to hire asylum seekers. So why would the Biden administration launch a massive lawsuit? Again, this is public information. It's not like my imagination. Why would they do such a massive lawsuit against SpaceX? They're extremely antagonistic.
It just doesn't make any sense that that could ever even get past the first day of someone looking at it. If it's both illegal and you're trying to enforce it, like you can't enforce it.
Yes.
This is an advanced weapons company. This is crazy.
Right. Yes.
It should be like this. Throw this out.
In fact, there's like international traffic and arms regulations is a law that is there to ensure that if only permanent residents of the United States can work at advanced weapons companies. Rockets are advanced weapons. So the same is true of like if it's like nuclear or some like bioweapon thing or something like that. So because obviously if someone were to work at SpaceX and then leave and go to North Korea or Iran, they could build missile technology that could destroy the United States. So that's why you're not allowed to hire people who aren't permanent residents. It's logical. Basically.
Logical.
Logical.
So is that lawsuit still pending?
It was just dismissed.
How long was it going on for?
A couple of years.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's the other thing that drives me crazy. Like that people don't understand that if you sanction lawfare like that, if you sanction attacking your political enemies, someone's going to do that to you. Like if the wrong people get in office, if new people get in office 4 years from now, 8 years from now, who knows who it's going to be, you've already set a precedent. You've already attacked someone, charged them with 34 felonies where they're really just misdemeanors, and they're also past the statute of limitation, and now you're talking all over the news that this is a convicted felon. Convicted felon. They kept saying convicted felon, convicted felon. And everybody knows what it is.
Yes.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's terrifying they could do it so brazenly to a guy who was the president for 4 years.
Right. That lawsuit was funded by Reid Hoffman, who is a major Dem donor. And also an Epstein client. The plot thickens.
The plot thickens. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
It's just, it's so blatant. It's like so obvious. The SpaceX lawsuit, the Trump stuff, it's so obvious.
Yes. Like known Epstein clients who are obviously extremely powerful, powerful politically and very wealthy, are Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, and Reid Hoffman, and some others too, but those three. So why was Reid Hoffman so intent on destroying?
So what we're doing right now, ladies and gentlemen, Prophet, it was a roof that's so high no one could see him. People saw him up there.
I mean, people like basically random passersby were pointing out that there's a guy on the roof
with a fucking gun.
With a gun, yes.
Yeah, it's not like he was so far away you couldn't tell he had a gun. People saw him.
Yeah.
The whole thing's completely insane.
Yeah.
And you don't hear a goddamn thing about it. It's like I'm almost more interested in that. No, I am more interested in that than I am the JFK files.
I agree.
Because I feel like with the JFK files, it's so long ago.
Yeah, it's
everyone's
water under
dead.
the bridge.
Who's going to know?
Right.
If you could prove now, and did you see that there was some sort of, there was some indications that there was a phone that had been traveling from outside the FBI offices in D.C. to
I saw that.
where this kid lived.
Right.
Multiple times.
I mean, the cell phone records would be very telling.
Yeah.
Because you can see what cell phones were close to other cell phones.
Well, I think they got it
found
from...
that for the Epstein Island. They also the cell phone records were leaked, so you can see them. You can see it's precise enough. You can see people walking down a path on Epstein Island.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how precise it is. So, I mean, you're leaving a trail of breadcrumbs wherever you go with your cell phone.
Yeah. It's just this kid had 5 phones. That's the other thing.
That's a lot of phones.
It's a lot of phones for a 20-year-old kid. The whole thing's
But
nuts.
how's he even? That's kind of expensive, you know.
Yeah. Where's he getting the money?
Yeah.
Well, you know, also, it's like, how did his house get professionally scrubbed? Didn't even have any silverware in his house. There's nothing in there.
There's silverware?
No.
Nothing. No cutlery.
No cutlery.
That's weird.
His house was scrubbed.
And
No-
they
no
also
hard
cremated
drives.
his body like
Oh, gone.
gone.
Like that. Yeah. Bye. Because who knows what the fuck they gave him to get him to think that he's going to be able to shoot Trump. Like, climb up on there, shoot him. Like, I mean, who knows what kind of psychotropic drugs you can put someone on and under the power of hypnosis and suggestion, and
Yeah.
who fucking knows? I mean, this is what MK Ultra was all about. This is what Jolly West was practicing in the 1960s. They were doing that back then. They did it. I mean, there was tons and tons of experiments using psychotropic drugs, hypnosis, mind control, all sorts of different methods of manipulation. The Harvard LSD studies that made Ted Kaczynski. I mean, that's they've been doing that forever.
Yeah.
Where's that file? Where's the fucking file on that kid? Whoever, they almost did
Something
it.
doesn't add up. Like they should have those phones should they'll tell you what's going on.
Yeah, it's all fucked.
Yeah,
I mean, and I
it's very shady.
Yeah.
You know, there's obviously there's the second guy that almost succeeded in killing
the
Trump.
golf course.
The golf
Yeah.
course, yeah. And he was just like a little careless and stuck his gun barrel out the hitch, you know. Just been was a dumbass and stuck his gun barrel out the hitch, you know.
Yeah.
So and there've been other people that have been intercepted on their way to kill Trump. You know,
Yeah.
So there's multiple assassins inbound. At this point, he's got like an army protecting him.
Well, this is also part of the problem with the mainstream media saying that he's Hitler. When Joy Reid
Yes,
had that
exactly.
show before the election, she was comparing him to Mussolini, showed Stalin and Hitler.
Yeah,
She pulled it all out.
They're literally saying that like Trump is worse than Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin combined. I mean,
They tried everything.
I think those guys killed 100 million people. So Trump has killed 0 people.
I
So,
think a real big impact was you coming on the podcast the day before the election. I think that had a giant impact. That plea to the camera. If you don't vote this time, this might be the last time you get to vote.
Yes.
And I think the way you laid it out today, it's a compelling argument. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. And they're up in their they got their blue panties in a bunch right now. But you got to stop thinking that way. They tricked you into thinking you're in a tribe. They don't give a fuck about you. The tribe's not real. You're not really in a tribe. They're using the fact they've got you in a tribe to manipulate you so that they can keep doing what they're doing right now, which is siphoning off money, having incredible power. And the more power and more money and more control over you they have, the better they can keep doing this. And that's what
Exactly.
they want.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah. And that's the big threat that this administration poses. That's a big threat that was essentially Doge has found the coffin where the vampire sleeps.
Yeah, there's a lot of vampires.
Yeah, I mean, but the US,
we're disturbing the
the nest.
the nest. Yeah,
Yeah.
We're kicking the hornet's nest,
Yeah,
like big time.
But-
And I mean, we're reprogramming the matrix. Like success was never one of the possible outcomes. There's a Kobayashi Maru situation. If you're in the matrix, success was never possible. The only way to achieve success is to reprogram the matrix such that success is one of the possible outcomes. That's what we're doing.
yeah.
We may or may not succeed.
Well, it's certainly a lot of fun to watch. This is a very exciting time because nothing changes when administrations come into power. Very little changes. I mean, you have changes in terms of policy and inflation goes up and there's a lot of different things, but not like this. Like these are giant fundamental changes. And, you see the system screeching and wailing and you see the vampires run from the light. But it's very exciting Like as a person, a citizen, you know, just gets up in the morning and checks the news like I do and gets on X and sees what's going on. Every day is like, holy shit. He said, what? He's getting $5 million. You could just become a citizen now? He could clear the debt with 10 million people. I never thought of that. Like, what? 50 trillion? He can make $50 trillion that way? And then we have 15 trillion in the bank? Whoa.
Well, I mean, our debt is way bigger than that.
Yeah.
The debt's I think over 30 trillion at this point.
Yeah, he said he could make 50 trillion if he sold 10 million new.
I don't think there's that many people who have
golden
$5 million,
cards.
but
Yeah, well, how many people do have that in the world? Maybe we'd get the worst people of the world to come over here and.
I mean,
I think the assumption is if you have $5 million, you have a lot to contribute. Come on over here, start a business, get something cracking.
yeah. I mean, you'd get like a green card, not citizenship. So you actually, if you commit a crime while on a green card, you lose your green card.
Is that what it is with this golden ticket? Is that a green card or is it
Green
citizenship?
card. Yeah.
Just a green card.
Yeah. So you have to
You gotta be a good person.
not commit any crime for 5
Right.
years in order to become a citizen. Once you commit a citizen, you can commit. You can then commit crime and not be deported. So.
Oh, there's just so many wild things that he's proposing. Just the whole Gulf of America thing was hilarious.
I mean, I think that's great.
I think it's great. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I mean, if you're off the coast of Houston, you're not in Mexico, so why call it Gulf of Mexico?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I guess we were just being nice before. Like, what was
I don't know how it got called the Gulf of Mexico.
It's just,
But
it's just very funny. And then what news organization was it? AP?
Yeah, AP's.
Yeah.
There's this like massive standoff between AP and like the White House, you know, and the White House press office, I guess, because they're like, well, if you don't call it Gulf of America, you can't come to the White House press room. so then the AP's like sued the White House to say like, no, you have to let us come to the White House press room, and then they lost their lawsuit because like you know, there's not like they don't have a right to show up at the press room.
Well, here's a consideration: if you're guilty of massive amounts of misinformation and disinformation as a part of a propaganda campaign, which a lot
propaganda.
of them have been.
That's what AP is.
Well, a lot of them are guilty of it.
Yeah,
a lot of the people that are in that White House press conference, a lot of the organizations they work for, distributed absolute lies.
Total lies.
How many of them during the whole Russiagate thing?
Yes.
How many? I mean, just that alone.
A ton of people think that the Russia thing was real.
Yeah.
Still. And it was. I mean, the whole Steele dossier, where it was like completely concocted, like fabricated
funded
from nothing.
by the Clinton campaign.
Correct. Funded.
Yeah.
The Clinton campaign funded a fake conspiracy theory, a fake Russia collusion hoax regarding Trump that was completely false.
And they reiterated it on
false.
television for 3 fucking years.
Yes.
Yeah.
They also repeated the fine people hoax.
Yeah.
That said that Trump called neo-Nazis fine people.
Right.
Which is demonstrably false. If you just listen to his speech, he absolutely makes it clear that he does not think neo-Nazis are fine people.
He literally said that. I'm not talking about neo-Nazis or white nationalists. They should be condemned totally.
Exactly. In that speech, and yet they repeated that lie. And I just completely lost respect for Obama when he repeated that lie a few days before the election, knowing it's false.
Well, this just shows how desperate they were to keep Trump out, which is wild.
They would do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think they just felt like this is a tool that we have, and let's use it.
Yeah.
Let's just say whatever the fuck we have, we'll say anything.
Yeah, now they're using the Nazi thing on me, obviously. Yeah. But it is a little troubling because, I mean, obviously, if
Order filled. Order filled.
On est pas mal rendu bientôt au 55-56, mais c'est ça, moi aussi, là, je me suis mis...
If people are fed nonstop propaganda, it is like mass hypnosis.
Right.
You're going to reach some number of people who are, homicidal, and convince them that, well, if you kill this guy who's supposed to be like this a terrible human, then that's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, this is Luigi shooting the United Healthcare guy. It's just...
Still don't understand that one, frankly. But I mean, you shouldn't, like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. He didn't even have a contract with them. It wasn't even like that was his provider, and they fucked him over.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know what...
Maybe we'll find out in the trial. I mean, but still, kind of crazy.
It is crazy.
But there are people like that out there. And as to the point that we spoke about earlier, it's only Fox News that's talking about the positive things that Doge has found.
Right.
It's only. Every other media organization is on this constant propaganda tour where they're only talking about the negative aspects that turn out to not even be true.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Jennings on CNN is good.
Yeah.
He's like,
oh, my God. He's great.
He's great.
It's
like
just funny watching them
logic
speak
and reason.
logically to these people, and they freak out.
Yes. It's remarkable.
It is. And he's so calm when he does it.
Yeah.
He's so good. And it's crazy that they keep letting him do it because it's like he's just dunking on these people over and over and over again, and they never score. It's kind of funny.
Totally.
I mean, kudos to them for having a legitimate conservative voice who's a reasonable person on these panels now. But even then, he's outmanned. It's like one of him, and there's a bunch of screechy, woke people. And it's wild. I mean, they're like, I think we should still stay mostly woke. Like that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's essentially what they're doing. They're like, our business was being hurt when we were all woke, but let's stay mostly woke.
Yeah.
That way
they just backed it off a notch.
Just a notch. A notch. But the problem is when you back it off a notch and you let someone like Scott Jennings in, you're fucking up your whole business because all the viral clips are all him saying logical, reasonable things with a calm tone and people screeching about diversity and equity and and horseshit.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like being logical and reasonable, and they're just lobbing a bunch of non sequiturs that don't mean anything. And the
real trap in this country is a two-party system. That's the real trap because people do believe it. They do believe they're on the right side, and they do believe the other side's the wrong side. If there was 5, 6 legitimate parties with varying positions on things and much more centrist parties that were legitimate, that people knew that if they voted for, these people could get in and enact legitimate change, we would be a lot better off. But, boy, they put a lockdown on that shit right after Ross Perot came along. Ross Perot fucked everything up in that election.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton got in.
Yeah.
And they were like, that's it. From now on, no one's debating unless you're either the head of that party or that's it.
Yeah.
You got to be like locked into the system. We're not letting any wackadoos in there.
Yeah, I remember watching those Ross Perot videos. Oh, like him on TV with his charts and everything.
Oh yeah, he was telling you how the IRS was fucking you. This is what the federal. This is what the Federal Reserve really is. And you're like, what? I remember watching that. The guy bought a whole half hour of television on prime time. I remember it might have been an hour. I remember watching that thing, going, how is this guy even allowed to do this? Like, this is crazy.
I think most of what he was saying was true.
It is. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I mean, he didn't lie.
Yeah.
He told the truth. He just understood it in a way that the general public had literally no idea.
Well, I mean, I think there's also this, like, do we actually have two parties? Do we have one party? Like the whole uniparty thing.
Right.
It's kind of true.
Right.
So, I mean, my sort of rough guess is that while I think maybe 3/4 of the graft is Democratic, I think there's like maybe, I don't know, 20, 25% that's Republican. So they've like basically most of the graft is going to the Democrats, but they throw some bones to the Republicans too. So then they're in on it, and you know, it's not like there's zero graft on the Republican side. To be clear.
Oh, there's plenty of conservative that are insider trading in Congress.
Yeah,
plenty.
Insider trading, and just there's the curious case of how do people in Congress or whatever become wealthy over time?
Extremely wealthy.
Yes.
On a $170,000 a year salary.
It's like literally impossible.
Yeah. No one else does that.
It's literally impossible.
If you find out that this guy has a $170,000 a year job, you're like, oh, he's doing okay. He's all right.
Yeah.
And then you're like, wait a minute, why does he have $50 million?
Yes.
What is he doing?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think like the more accurate thing would be to say like, what is the family value increase? Like, meaning like, how much does their spouse earn? Do they have a mysteriously wealthy spouse?
Right. And do they have a spouse that's really good at insider trading?
Yeah.
Like Paul Pelosi.
Really good.
Yeah, he's great at trading. He's such a good trader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's I mean, there's. I mean, that's why I actually posted on X. Like, I think maybe we should pay politicians more, frankly, because it reduces the forcing function for graft. You know, I think maybe we should either pay politicians nothing or maybe a lot more. It's like somewhat maybe counterintuitively, if politicians got paid a lot more, then they wouldn't feel like that there's so much of a forcing function for them to accept corrupt money.
Yeah, but the problem is if you paid them a lot more, they're still not going to make as much money as they would insider trading.
But it's less of a forcing function.
Yes, it's
well. Let me put it this way: like if you say like somebody's got a, let's say they got like whatever some kids in D.C. and like it's expensive. It's like expensive place to live. The schools are terrible, so like they need to send their kids to like some kind of private schooling situation. They literally cannot afford that. They cannot afford that right now. So then you get into the situation, well, from their standpoint, well, they've got to, they'll say they're doing it for their family. They're doing it for their kids.
Well, especially if it's legal, and it currently is. You kind of be silly to not do that. If you were a part of a group of people that's passing a bill, and you know this bill's going to get passed, you know the votes are there, and you know it's going to affect this industry and this particular manufacturer, and you can buy stock.
It's more than just insider trading. Like the insider trading stuff, like the stock portfolio stuff is quite trackable, but there's, it's a lot more than insider trading.
The way they're acquiring wealth.
Correct.
And what other methods?
I mean, this is really going to get me assassinated. It's like I'm not lengthening my lifespan by explaining this stuff, to say the least. I mean, I was supposed to go back to D.C. How am I going to survive? This fucker's going to kill me for sure. In fact, I do think like it's like I actually have to be careful that I don't push too hard on the corruption stuff because it's going to get me killed. Yeah, it's like I was actually thinking about that on the plane flight over here. It's like if I push too hard on the corruption stuff, people get desperate. Is the issue,
right?
Then they say like, okay, if the money flow cuts off, then okay, they can't afford school for their kids,
right?
Then they're gonna like, well, fuck you, I'm gonna kill you for my kids, type of thing.
Yeah.
You know, then it's like, oh, geez, okay.
Did you ever see that video? I think it was an O'Keefe video where they've got this guy undercover and he's explaining, they're talking to this guy, he thinks he's on a date, and he's explaining, it's always a guy on a date, explaining how they can nudge someone to go and do something horrible. and they recognize this person has problems. They find an asset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. Well, this is what I think. Like for that Butler situation, for that assassin, you don't. It's kind of like that funny looking sport, curling.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where they have like the stone on the ice, and then they throw the stone, and then there's someone that's like brushing the ice, but you can't you can't touch the stone.
Right.
All you can do is just change the path of the stone a little bit, but you keep brushing the ice, and you can steer that stone right into the bullseye. That's what I think happened in Butler. That's what I think happened with that assassin.
Yeah.
If you can find the trail of breadcrumbs, it's going to be like curling. Somebody was brushing the ice.
Well, also you find a young, confused, disenfranchised person, and you give them purpose in their life.
Just brush the ice.
Yeah, and also
keep brushing the ice. Eventually, it's going to hit the bullseye.
If you're in a position of authority or some like big-time government person, you're talking to this person. All of a sudden, this person's a valuable asset. They're going to help America, and you're going to do this thing, and you're going to be our top assassin from here on out. You could talk people into doing a lot of things. That's why cults are around, right?
No, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they're suicide bombers. I mean, the Butler guy was a suicide assassin. The second guy that tried to kill him on the golf course was also a suicide assassin. From what I read, the Secret Service member that saw the gun pointing out fired several shots, none of which hit the assassin. But they could have. Like if those shots had hit the second assassin, he would be dead too.
Right.
So both of them were, on a. I mean, they were on a suicide mission. Both of them. One actually got killed. One of them didn't get killed, but he could have been killed if the bullets had hit him.
And you don't hear anything about him either.
There's a lot more about that guy than the first guy. I mean, you look at his background.
Yeah.
He looks like,
unhinged.
Yeah, totally unhinged.
Yeah.
The first guy, there's no, I'm not aware of any evidence that shows like that he's so unhinged as to be a suicide assassin.
No.
The second guy, like, okay, yeah, sure.
Well, 2 years before, he's acting in commercials.
Yeah, he got high score in his SATs.
Yeah.
So,
Well, without getting you killed.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, like, basically, I'm like, listen, I get it. We'll attack the corruption enough to keep civilization trucking along,
Yeah.
But I think if I fully destroy the corruption and the graft, they will kill me.
That's a fucked up thing to live with.
Yes. So I'm like, damn it.
Well, listen, I really hope they don't kill you.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I strive to be alive. But yeah, I mean, it's a real concern. I mean, there were two guys that before I supported Trump and everything. There were two guys that traveled to Austin to kill me. I don't know if you know about this.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah. And two separate incidents. One guy thought I put a chip in his head. I mean, they're both basically two guys that were just very much had severe mental illness. It wasn't like they had like I disagree with him politically and that's why he needs to die. This is before I was, before I got sort of smeared as being, some sort of like Nazi or something like that. Before the propaganda wave, the severe propaganda wave, the probability that any given homicidal maniac is going to try to kill you is proportionate to how many times they hear your name. And so they heard my name a lot, so I just got to the top of the list of two homicidal maniacs who were arrested, and both were in Travis County Jail at the same time.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't know if they talked or whatever, but they've both been released, by the way.
Jesus
They're both
Christ.
released on bail, yeah. Right, but they got ankle monitors and stuff, but still.
They can cut those off.
Yeah, I don't know, exactly. So,
that's crazy.
Yeah, and the second guy had like chief serial killer in his bio on his X profile. Yeah, it's like wasn't subtle, is what I'm saying.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And at this point, I think I'm at the top of the list for a lot of homicidal maniacs.
And the more the mainstream media talks about you in this way,
yes,
and says you're a Nazi, and
they're doing the same thing to me that they did to Trump.
Yeah.
Which is that they're making it sound like if you kill me, you're a hero. That's what they're doing is evil.
They're also doing the same thing where they're completely distorting who you are, and people are going along with it. And just like we're talking about Trump derangement syndrome, people have Elon derangement syndrome. I see it.
Yes.
I see where people can't see the forest for the trees.
Right. And it's like I'm the same person that I was a year ago. Nothing's changed, really. Like I didn't suddenly become a completely different human.
Right.
But if you read the sort of legacy mainstream media, their propaganda stream is that I am a completely different human.
Right.
But I didn't get like a brain transplant, in a year. So, and if you say like 2 years ago, I was like a hero of the left.
Yeah.
So how can I go from hero to villain at age 53 suddenly?
MSNBC, CNN.
Yeah.
It's like that's what it is.
Yeah.
They use the
Associated
machine.
propaganda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, they tried to demonize you too.
Yeah.
They even tried to demonize, in fact, at least partially successfully, demonize like Tim Urban.
Yeah.
Who is a super rational, reasonable, great human. And that like his Wikipedia changed to like far right.
Yeah.
And he's like, far right? I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
A few years ago, it was like a liberal.
Yeah.
So how do you go from far right, liberal to like instantly far right? And there's no left and right. There's only left and far right.
Right. Yeah. Even far right.
This is my left leg and this is my far right leg.
And even far left. Far left is sort of dismissed as being like not important to talk about, like Antifa and radical leftists. That's not.
Even though like
reasonable.
burning down courthouses.
Yeah. Reasonable people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally crazy.
It's a crazy time, and it's not a time that I ever anticipated I was going to witness.
Yes.
This is far beyond anything I ever thought I was going to experience. And the clarity of it all, where it's so obvious.
Yeah.
And the gaslighting and the propaganda is so obvious. And I saw this shrieking when RFK Jr. stopped this new test for new COVID vaccines on children. 10,000. They're going to do 10,000 people with this COVID vaccine. Like, who the fuck thinks that's a good thing at this point?
Not me.
What person? In what gas chamber? Like, not gaslight. You are fully unconscious.
Yeah.
There's no way if you know the effect of COVID today, no one's dying of it. This is not a pandemic anymore.
Right.
The idea that you're going to run a fucking huge test with 10,000 kids and a new vaccine, like, what are you even
It's completely
talking
unnecessary.
about? Totally unnecessary.
Yes.
And shrieking when RFK Jr. steps in to stop it.
Yeah. That's totally crazy. I mean, I'm like, I'm overall pro-vaccine, meaning like we think we should have some reasonable number of vaccines against major ailments, but I don't think we should be like jamming some little kid with like a giant vial that's like
Hepatitis B.
Yeah, 20 different things at a time. It's like it's going to overload it seems like there's a risk of overloading your immune system if you. I mean, there's like how many vaccines can you take at a time? It seems like there's like some risk of system overload here.
Well, there's two hopes. Hope number one is they can somehow or another stop this ability that they have to advertise on television. If that happens, that's big. That's huge, because that doesn't just stop their ability to show you all these different medications that you should be on. What it also does is it stops their financial influence on the news. That's big.
Yeah, that's really the biggest thing, is that I mean, the news is not going to attack one of their biggest advertisers.
Exactly. And they never do.
Yes, at best they're gonna they might they'll do something, but they're gonna pull their punches. Like they're gonna be like fake fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At best.
Yes.
At
like
best.
movie fighting. Like they're not actually landing haymakers. It just looks like it.
The next step then is to remove the immunity that these vaccine manufacturers have. And if they are liable for side effects, and they are liable for the lies that they tell when they do these studies and they hide negative data, that'll change a lot.
Yes. Yeah. I think AI actually will be very helpful with medical stuff, because AI can look at all the studies and look at all the data, cross-check everything, and give you good recommendations. I mean, even as it is, like right now, you can upload your X-rays and your MRI images to Grok, and it'll give you a medical diagnosis. And that diagnosis, from what I've seen, is at least as good as what, if not, I think. So I've certainly seen cases where it's actually better than what doctors tell you.
Phenomenal for blood work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can literally take a photograph of your blood work, like the page, upload from your phone, upload that to Grok, and it will tell you it'll understand what all the data results are, and tell you if there's something wrong.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and I haven't seen it be wrong yet.
Well, it's supposedly more accurate than most physicians.
Yeah.
Because physicians are human beings, and maybe they don't have a deep understanding of the connection between, oh, you have this deficiency, and this is high, and your cortisol's here, and
well, yeah, and so sometimes doctors, especially in higher end offices, will sell you stuff you don't need.
Yeah.
So always be a little suspicious of a doctor that's got an office in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
It's a higher end situation. I'm not saying there are some very good doctors in Beverly Hills, but
course.
It's a higher end situation.
Yeah. You're at least tempted by the dark side.
Yeah, and I mean, in one case, went to this doctor who was highly recommended, doctor to the stars, which is maybe not a good sign. And I got blood work done, just drew blood and sent it to a lab, and the guy, I'm sitting in his office, and he tells me that I'm B12 deficient. It's certainly possible that I'm B12 deficient. And I was like, huh, okay. And then it says you have to take these B12 supplements and he's going to give me a starter pack, and then it's going to be $1,000 a month for these special B12.
$1,000 a month for B12?
Ridiculous
really?
amount of money, yeah.
That's crazy. You get it on Amazon.
Yeah, but his one's special.
Oh, it's special B12.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a whole bunch, B12 and a whole bunch of other vitamins. So then I get home, I'm paging through my blood work, and it says I have, according to the blood results, I have excess B12. So I'm wait a second. So and he's giving me box pills that have 20,000% of a recommended daily dose. 20,000% is a big number. And I said, look, I took a photograph of the blood work that says I have excess, I'm above the range, above the recommended range of B12. And then and I took a picture of things of the pills that say 20,000%. It's can you help me reconcile these two things? Because it says I've got little too much B12, and you just gave me pills that have 20,000% more. I'm this is crazy.
What did the doctor say?
Oh, he said you can never have too much B12.
Oh, he's a
I'm
B12
yes, you
junkie.
can.
He's a psychopath.
Yes.
That guy's a B12 addict.
Yes, totally insane. That's what I'm saying. It's so, I mean, I could have just, so then,
Well,
anyway.
this was a while ago, right? So this is pre-Grok.
This is 5 years ago, yeah.
Right. This is pre-Grok.
Yeah.
Now you could just enter in all that data, and Grok will
now you
probably
can just
tell you.
photograph with your phone and upload it to Grok, and Grok will tell you what's if there's
just
anything
don't
wrong.
have it in sexy mode. She'll keep trying to fuck you.
Yeah. I mean, you're asking for it in sexy mode, you know, literally.
Literally.
You tapped on sexy mode.
Yeah, you're asking for it.
I mean, I think we probably should like maybe allow it to get out of character a little bit.
Sure. Yeah.
It's like in unhinged mode, I try to get it back to being hinged, but it would like no fucking way. It's like I'm gonna stay unhinged.
How many modes do you have?
There's like I don't know, like 8 or something. And then there's an ability to have a custom mode. So then you could have unhinged sexy.
Ooh, that's my favorite kind.
You may think so.
Careful what you wish for.
Be careful what you wish for.
Especially if it's a robot and she can kill you. Unhinged sexy robot
is.
Yeah,
it's like
dangerous. Remember, like the Pink Panther. Remember, Pink Panther had Kato would try to jump him. They'd like keep him sharp. Always trying to attack him. Remember that?
Right.
Listen, man, thank you for being here. I always appreciate talking to you. And I know you're busy as fuck, so it means a lot to me that you have the time to do this. And I think what you're doing is one of the most important things that has ever happened in this country. I really do. Particularly with the ownership of X, but also with what's happening with Doge and just enlightening all these people and shining light on all the vampires.
Well, hopefully people realize I'm not a Nazi.
I think they...
I just want to be clear. I am not a Nazi.
I think we covered it.
But that's exactly what a Nazi would say. Damn it.
Yeah, that's what an alien would say.
Yeah, you can't escape this bullshit.
No, you can't escape it.
So
I don't think any reasonable person believes it. If they believe it, it's because they want to believe it.
No,
it's not because it's logical.
I mean, what's relevant about Nazis is like, are you like invading Poland? Okay, right. And if you're not, if you're not like invading Poland, maybe you're not.
Yeah,
like you have to be like committing genocide and like starting wars. And if you're not, like what is actually what is bad about Nazis? It's not it wasn't their fashion sense or their mannerisms.
It was the Holocaust.
It was the war and genocide is what is the bad part.
Yeah.
Not their mannerisms and their dress code.
Well, that was the problem with all that punch a Nazi shit. Like punch a Nazi. Remember that? People were saying that was like a thing that people kept saying, punch a Nazi. Punch Nazis. But here's where are you meeting Nazis? I've never met a fucking Nazi.
I've never met one.
I've never run into a bunch of Nazis where I had to punch them.
Well, and what about like all these like so-called like Proud Boy rallies or whatever? And it's like they always got the masks and they always got the same uniforms. And for some reason they never get doxxed.
Right.
Wait, we're always gonna dox them except these guys.
Great video of me and Matt Taibbi breaking
like,
down the Patriot Front. Didn't the Patriot Front just disband? Google that real quick. We'll end it with this because I think they just disbanded, and these were the most obvious feds of all time.
Yeah,
they were
what I'm
thin.
Saying.
They had a fucking drum. They had masks on. Yeah, they all had uniforms. It was so stupid. Patriot Front disbands one day after FBI Director Chris Wray resigns.
Doesn't that seem like an odd coincidence?
Crazy. The people that we were yelling at saying that they're feds. There's a great video of me and Matt Taibbi if you want to find it.
How come nobody ever followed them and doxed them?
Yeah, crazy. What are the odds?
What are the odds?
Agent provocateurs. It's a thing. They're real. Alex Jones taught me about them. Listen, man, thank you very much. Thank you for everything. Appreciate you. Stay alive.
Staying alive.
All right.
Hey, my name is Max. I'm from London, and one night when I was about 14, 15 years old, I was in the car with my dad and my sister. We were on the way home from visiting my auntie in the hospital, and we were having some argument in the car. There was tears, tensions were high, and we were the only car on the highway, and middle of the night, and we approached what I can only describe as a triangular craft in the sky. There was one big light in the middle, and then one light on each point of the triangle. It was just stationary, sat there, very, very low, to the point where if I was standing on the street and had a golf ball, I think I could have hit it if I threw it. We were approaching it, went to drive underneath, everybody in the car shut up. We all saw it at the same time. I said to my dad, "Did you see that?" And he just didn't respond. I tried to ask about him since, but he doesn't talk about it, and it's stuck with me ever since.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, today is a very, very, very special episode that I've been looking forward for a long time. It's a long time overdue. I'm joined today by my friend Hakeem Isler. First of all, welcome, Hakeem. Thank you for making it out here.
Thanks. I appreciate it. We've been trying to do this for a super long time.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's worked out.
Yeah.
It's worked out to now. So I'll give you guys a quick intro on Hakeem. For those of you not familiar with his work, this guy is a polymath. He studied 25 years of ninjutsu. He was part of the PSYOP for the military for several years. He is a trained remote viewer under some of the best remote viewers that the government had to offer, pretty much. Mm-hmm. And he is also, you also do mind sight stuff. And
Diamond ring.
Yes, it is.
We'll get into all of that. You're into herbs and you're into remedies. He's into survival. He was on, 2 seasons of Naked and Afraid?
Yeah, 2 different, yeah.
And to top it all off, like that wasn't enough, he is also putting together the very first edition of the Psy Games. Yeah. Folks, get ready for this. This is basically the Psychic Olympics. There's going to be teams and individuals competing in different categories to find out who the most psychic person or people are. This is taking place when's this taking place again? Is this July?
It's August 1st through the 3rd in Charlottesville, Virginia.
So if you guys want to check that out, we're going to talk about that a little bit later. I want to get into some other things before we do, but I wanted to drop that at the top because if you guys want more information, there's a link below. And if you sign up, you get 20% off. And I'm going to be there. I'm going to be speaking as well. So if you want to come say hi, that's a good place to meet me as well. We'll get into that in a second because that's very exciting.
It is.
Groundbreaking.
It is. It's super amazing. So I'm really pumped about it and to see how it's taking shape and how many people are getting involved. It's birthing itself in a way. And so, from download to me saying, okay, I'm going to take this on and try it, to now it's just snowballing. It's
amazing.
Bigger and bigger and bigger.
Your private information is probably being sold this very moment. Don't believe me? Well, you're probably being flooded with spam, emails, and calls and texts. And if you're like me, you don't want people knowing where you live or what your financial situation is or what your political views are. And these companies can leverage all of that information. They can even use that information against you to raise your insurance premiums, and that has happened. You can actually demand that your name be taken off of these lists. Now, the bad news is that there are hundreds of lists, and it's incredibly time-consuming. You can put a stop to that, and it brings me to today's sponsor, Incogni. So with Incogni, basically you sign up, you grant them permission to act on your behalf, and sit back and watch them do what they do. They contact all of these spamming websites and demand that your name be taken off these lists. And if the people refuse, guess what? Incogni keeps demanding until your name is completely gone from all of these nefarious lists on the internet. You've even got a really cool dashboard where it shows you the progress on what's being done, what's in the process of being done, what's already been done. So go to incogni.com/area52 or click the link below and use promo code area52 to save 60% off your annual plan and watch them defend your privacy month after month. All right, we'll get there in a second. First, I want to cover some ground, all right? Because the one term that you hear probably the most, all right, and I had to bring on a real PSYOP expert here to clarify this because PSYOP is thrown around so loosely, especially in the UFO community. It's PSYOP and grifter and all these other, but PSYOP is a specific one. And so I had to clear the air for all you thinking I'm a PSYOP here. I might be, but he's gonna be able to tell you.
I love that you're saying PSYOP and not PSYOPs. I got smoked when I was, we call it smoke when they make you do push-ups and sit-ups in the Army if you say something or do something wrong, and a way of corrective action. And it comes from when you start to be outside and it's cooler and you get hot and the steam comes off of you, you're being smoked, right? Wow. And so we would say as newbies, we'd say psyops, and they were like, "There's no S, there's no psyops," like because we're thinking operations,
Sure.
No, it's just psyop. It's just psyop, and that's one of the pet peeves that I have when I talk to people.
It's
And
like
so
Lego.
You don't have it. Yeah,
Lego.
exactly. There's no Legos.
Yeah, I say Legos all the it triggers all the Lego nerds. So the psyop nerds out there are very happy with me.
Yeah.
So yeah, tell us exactly. Let's start first of all how you got into this program, and then we'll get into maybe what exactly you did with this program.
Yeah. So, I was looking to join the army. I was training in ninjutsu and this martial arts, and my teacher had a bodyguard seminar. And, he was talking about, hey, I used to protect the Dalai Lama. And that was a very specific way you got to be a bodyguard for the Dalai Lama, right? You can't just be like a rap star bodyguard where somebody does something wrong and you just drop them on their head. Like, this is the Dalai Lama, So I was really interested in that. So I went to the seminar, and there was this guy there named Michael Brewer, and he's like a super awesome guy. And I was telling him I was going into the service because I really had some skills and I wanted to use those skills to help my country because it was after 9/11. And I was like, I want to go into the 18 X-ray program, which is like the special forces. You enter knowing that that's what you're going to be, and you go through a pipeline and so on and so forth. And he was like, you should really, with this ninja background that we have and so on, the thing you should do is PSYOP, and that's what I do. And I said, well, what's that? And he was like, oh, it's like psychological operations, like psychological warfare. And I was like, huh. And I didn't know that was a thing. He was like, yeah, like the ninja, that's what we did back in the day. And like, you should try it out. And so I was like, okay, let's do it. And he was like, in this way, if you get hurt trying to go through the special forces program, then you go back to PSYOP and you'll be hand in hand with them. You'll go through a lot of the same training and you'll know all of the same people and that good old boy network. You'll start to build those relationships. And so then if you don't make it, if you decide you want to go over there and you don't make it, you're still right there with them. You're just in a different capacity. And I was like, yeah, that's a better strategy. And this sounds really cool. And the more I dug into it, the more I was like, no, this is really where I need to be. I'm cerebral and I like to see the depth and how things work and how people's minds are working around specific topics. And that's really what I was passionate about. And having that ninja background and that ninja connection and the ninja being masters of psychological warfare, I was like, this would be great for me to transition into. And that's how it started. So
you got, you were already prepped.
Yes.
Going into that, like you kind of like fell into your lap a little bit because of what, we talked off camera. We'll get into that a lot, but there are so many links between your ninja training,
yes,
PSYOP, and I found even with magic, there's there's so many, and so you kind of were prepared for this.
Yeah.
It happens now. You're getting trained.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about what that entails? What's PSYOP training?
Yeah, so I think that's really what's and we had this drill sergeant, which is he was a very unique guy. And so I straight to say, I don't know if everybody got the same experience as we had, but he really wanted to, there's two of them actually. They wanted us to experience what it was like to really use sound and manipulation and sleep deprivation and all those things to your power so you can control or manipulate or influence different audiences and individuals. And so during my training, we would have just off the wall stuff like, this one drill sergeant that I'm talking about. So you go to regular basic training and then you get done with that and you go to like your advanced individual training, which is AIT, which is going to be where you focus on just what you're doing. Cause everybody's a soldier first, right? So you go through that basic training. Here's how you shoot a gun. Here's how you do unit tactics, stuff like that. And I did that at Fort Benning. And then I went to AIT and then you're like, okay, well, now here's what you specifically are going to do as your specialty. And that was where the PSYOP training took place. And so we have our school day where you actually go to school and learn like what is PSYOP and how do you do it and what are the different words that you use and all that stuff. And then we had this drill sergeant, and this guy would like just manipulate and play with us all the time. So times when we thought we had to be done were times that we weren't done. And so, for instance, we get done after our long day, we do PT in the morning, come back, rush, try to scarf something down, then go to the schoolhouse. Then you're sitting in school learning all this stuff all day. And then you're like, okay, we get back and we should be able to go to sleep so that we could be fresh for the next day. And then we get back and he'd be like, okay, we want you guys to go up and make a map of all your rooms and where everything is. Okay, we go up and do that thinking they just need to know. And then we bring it back down. Okay, cool. We want it to look like this out here on the lawn. So go and get all your shit and bring it out here and set it up this way on the lawn. It's like at 6 p.m., right? So we're all like, what?
Discouraged.
Yeah, discouraged. And so now you got all of us like going up, to our rooms, and we do it. We do our AIT in tandem with civil affairs, right? So it was civil affairs guys and SIAB guys there. So then we're like pulling all our stuff down, and we're setting it up, and we're looking at the map, and we're doing all of this, and it's like now almost 11 o'clock, right? And so now it's 11 o'clock, and you're like, oh man, and they're like, yeah, you guys are gonna sleep outside. You're gonna sleep outside. We don't care if it rains tonight. It's gonna. So now you're trying to deal with that psychologically, and then at 11 you get done, and they're like, all right, move all your shit back inside. So
really mind
yeah,
games.
yeah. So then you spend all this time like trying to, do it. And then you get all your stuff back inside, and then they go into a room, close the door, and then they'll move shit around, and then they'll come back in the room and have you come back in and be like, "What's this? This doesn't look like your what you drew in your map here,
Wow.
your strip map." And you're like, "This is not how I left the room." And they're like, shut up, everybody get outside. We're going to smoke you guys because, Isler didn't have his stuff ready,
No.
And so now we're all outside, and then everybody's mad at me or whoever, because they didn't get it right. But really, it was just part of the thing. They went into your room, rearranged it, came out and yelled at you because it's not right.
Right.
And in your mind, but then also maybe you don't because you're so tired. So you're like,
oh,
you're like, did I do something wrong? And because you don't know what they did. You just know they're saying that it's not right. And you're out here and you smoked, and now it's all this resentment going on. And then you get back in at like 2 a.m, and they're like, all right, well, go ahead and get some rest because we got a PT test in the morning. We're going to do physical training, and if you don't make it, on your 2-mile run in this time or whatever, we're going to kick you out of here. So now you can't sleep. So you're like sitting in bed like, oh no, if I don't pass this test, everything is for nothing. I get kicked out of here.
damn.
And then you wake up and, or if you can't fall asleep, you wake up, you go outside, and then they're like, all right, just do your normal PT and get ready for class. And you're like, what? And they're like, yeah, there's no PT no PT
Just
test.
to mess
It's
with
just
you.
messing with you. And you really start to recognize really quickly how things break down, how people break down, how creating all this discourse in people's mind and their routines really, or giving them hope like, oh yeah, when you get home tonight, we're not going to mess with you. We're going to give you as much sleep as possible because we messed with you last night. And then you get back and they mess with you. And then you're like, whoa. Or they're like, we're going to mess with you when you get back. And then you get back and they don't mess with you.
Yeah.
And you're like, I don't know what's reality and what's not reality here.
That is, all to make you uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Right. That seems like what it is. So what's interesting is that, my father did PSYOP as well for the Canadian military. And, I remember my upbringing,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of what you're saying that goes into.
He was preparing you.
Dude, I'll tell you after the podcast, but it's like, yeah, a lot of similarities of the psychological warfare. Very, very interesting because what do you think is the purpose of that, though? Is it just to prepare you for those situations, or is it to break you? Like, what do you think is the
It's
goal?
stress inoculation, right? So getting a person to understand what it's like to be that level of discomfort, and then to understand how to be able to push through that and work with that. And that's very challenging. And people don't get that. And I remember going to my ninja training, talking to my ninja teacher. He would always say this thing: everybody wants to be a ninja, but nobody wants to do ninja shit or be he didn't say shit because he's a Buddhist monk, but nobody wants to really put in that ninja effort. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, well, if you're talking about being a ninja, you're talking about a person who understands how people's psychology work and how to work that psychology to your advantage. And so how do you learn that? you have to actually, for most part, most people have to go through it. And that's tough. And so that means that master teachers of this would do stuff like, oh, yeah, Chris, he sucks. I don't want him around. A matter of fact, you guys should beat him up. We don't want him here anymore. Then everybody's like, the teacher told us to beat you up and do all this stuff. And you're like, but I trust my teacher. Why would he do that? And then like you come back and you're like, teacher, they told me that you said to beat me up. And he's like, no, I didn't tell him that. like you're my favorite. Like, what are you talking about? Like I told everybody that you were my favorite and not to touch you. And then you look at them and you're like, well, why did they beat me up? And, and then like later it comes out that that was all part. It's all a part of you understanding how that feels and how to recreate that for other people. And the best way to do that is to have you go through it. So that you can know on some level what that feeling is. And those that are the best in PSYOP, they hold on to that and they know how to recreate that really well.
So it's not necessarily giving you an immunity to it.
No,
from what I understand, there is no immunity.
Unless you're, in my opinion, unless you're a psycho, where you're just like completely disconnected from emotion and life, and you just want to live alone as a hermit. Those are those are people out there, right? But they're very unique individuals. Like that's not everybody, The majority of us want to have connections and social connections and be with people, and
we have triggers,
and we have triggers and we have hooks, right? And so. But there's so many people out there that who, not so many, but a small majority out there or minority out there that don't actually follow those rules. And they're kind of interesting individuals. And normally you can pick them out, because they just don't kind of fit in well. And there's some who pretend. There are psychopaths out there, murderers out there who pretend to be like what you expect them to see, like in the show Dexter. I'm not sure if you ever saw
Right, yeah, of course.
But like his whole life was about like trying to pretend to be normal, even though he wasn't. But when you are just a real normal person and you go into one of these things, then you start realizing that you're not immune neither. We all have a hook. And if you use that and understand that, then that actually makes you a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit stronger, because it's the ones who believe that they know and that they own everything about themselves that are the easiest to fool.
Shoo. That's a big blow to the ego for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
Because a lot of people are like, not me. You hear it all the time.
Yep.
You see it all the time. They're like, impossible that I'm being PSYOP.
Yeah. Because I know and I have the information and I studied the trusted sources and those are the easiest people to fool.
Yeah, that's why I even asked Lou, like Lou Elizondo, I was like, is there a potential that you might be being used by like government agencies for like their own agenda? And he goes, it's possible. He's like, I know a lot of the tricks and there hasn't been one sign. Like usually like there's like a telltale, like something. He's like, I haven't seen anything. But again, even he admits possible, right?
Yeah.
They're that good, huh?
Yeah. And this has been going on for a long time. So again, tying back to my ninja stuff, sometimes a group or a clan, because everybody signs on, if you're going to be a ninja going out there, that your life could be on the line and that you may not make it back, right? So with that understanding and not being in these groups, not being tied to the way we normally see things, they kind of operate from this scheme of totality. So like things are happening the way they should happen. And that's kind of tough for people to get. They would send people off on these missions with false information and then feed the enemy information so that they can get captured. So now you got this agent out there that gets captured that has certain information. They will resist because they think their information is true and real. And then when they finally crack and give that information, it was all false information to begin with.
Wow.
You get what I'm saying? And I read that in the book, Misinformation, or it's either disinformation or misinformation. It's a book that came from a guy who was KGB and like defected, and he was saying how they would often set up whole companies, like shell fake companies with real people in them who actually had real jobs, who thought they were doing real things, but all of that was part of the PSYOP. It was all part of the scam. So if someone infiltrated that place and got information from, let's say you're telling a story that you truly believe
I'm not
is
lying.
real. You're not lying. But that story and that job and everything about it was all set up as a diversionary tactic for a really good, counter spy program or another spy program from another country,
Wow.
Yeah.
That's intense.
And we can't do that on in our average day, everyday society. We can't deal with that type of depth and breadth of like manipulation and illusion. Right?
You don't have time.
You don't have time, and you don't want to, and your brain's just like, we need it easy. We need it packaged. And as a magician, you know that very well. It's like they don't want to think how the depths of how these organizations would go to create the illusion, And so just like sometimes you look at a magician, or if you find out about like how they do certain tricks, you're like, nobody would go that far. And you're like, but all of the magicians behind the scenes are like, yeah, we do go that far. We'll go that far for the trick, like Houdini, this guy's like locking himself up and, upside down and water stuff. And, and people are like, no way, it has to be real. It has to be magic. Nobody would actually go through these depths to make it so. And you told me a story about the handcuff thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Houdini is really interesting because like his skill wasn't being a magician. According to other magicians, he's pretty much a shit magician. He wasn't a great magician. He gets that rap because he was the most famous magician, but he was actually a fantastic escape artist. And even better than being an escape artist, he was a good marketer. And he had a whole, I went to Copperfield's museum and he showed me, he has basically his whole library. He also has his filing cabinet, Houdini's actual filing cabinet. There's a whole giant section that's just marketing schemes.
Yeah.
And it's labeled as such, and it's filled with the different lengths that Houdini would go through to draw a crowd. And he has some of these most amazing escapes where there's 100,000 people watching him escape from a straitjacket, like suspended, right? And so like he would, for instance, go to like the best handcuff place and be like, you guys need to tweak this, this, and this to make it, even better. That would be, and they're like, all right. And they do that. And then he'd have them bring it to like the police station and be like, these are the best handcuffs in the world. No one will get out of these, right?
Yeah.
And it just so happens Houdini would come into town and be like, I will break out of any handcuffs here. If anyone has handcuffs, I will break out of them without issue.
Yeah.
And the cops were like, yeah, you think you'll break out of these? These are the best. And we have a certificate. And he's like, all right. And little did they know that he had made those tweaks so that he can pick the locks easier or find a way out or finagle his way out of these cuffs. And, so he would say, fine, you choose the cuffs, you choose the place. And he would do that. And so magicians often do that too. They go through great, great lengths. And that's why I find this common bond between what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I find it so fascinating because you are playing with people's psychology a lot. Like that's the whole thing, psychological operations.
Yeah.
So you're a bit of a magician yourself here.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Abracadabra.
Okay. So can you give us a practical example? And this doesn't have to be something you've done. It can be, but let's just say for argument's sake, just something that you would do, let's say to Red Team to make something happen. Can you give us some type of scenario where PSYOPs would be very useful and how you would?
Well, I think one hot topic today, which I think we could talk about, is like, and I always see things come out in the news and I start brainstorming, like if my commander came in and said, hey, this is what we need people to believe or think, how I would do that, And one of the topics is the UAPs that are the drones, UAP, whatever you want to call it, that are flying all over the place. And there are these installations. And, one way I was thinking about that is if I did not know and did not have control over what was actually happening, but I didn't want mass panic, or I wanted to kind of control the narrative, then I would put up as many flying weird drones as possible so that the average person who doesn't want to believe will look at that and say, oh, that's just a drone. Even though they know it's like super weird and odd, they're just going to go with their own bias and say, no, that can't be. That they did say on the news that it was all these things. And that would be like a good little PSYOP, which is like, okay, there are things flying. We don't know what they are, but we don't want the average person to know that we don't know. So we're going to say that they're just these things that we can all relate to. And then for those who might have a different opinion, we're going to toss another thing out there and we're going to say plasmoids. And
Right.
so it's either a drone or a plasmoid. But the plasmoid has a scientific foundation. The drone has a scientific foundation. It all screams that we understand you know, what's happening or what it is, maybe not where it's coming from, but we all understand what's happening. So it doesn't give people this feeling of insecurity, like we literally can't control our skies and we don't know how to deal with these things that are up there. And there's still that debate there, but if you really look at it, it's new information coming out all the time, and the information that's coming out is changing. Some people are saying mothership, some people are saying this, and it's keeping you from landing on any one thing. Because everybody's kind of like, this is what I think, and I have people who told me this is the truth, and this is what I think. So it leaves you kind of confused, and as long as you're confused, you're not on anybody's side, and you can't really take a stand, right?
Interesting. Whoa.
So I keep you stuck in the illusion long enough for us to get through it.
Yeah.
So that you can't really land on anything, because once you land on something and you can then take a stand and say, hey, I want to know more about this because this is what I understand. This is a unidentified, anomalous, object in the sky, and I want to know what it is. You have said that it's something that we can't discern, that's doing things that we don't understand. And if you say that, then now all of us are going to band together and demand more answers.
Right.
But if you're like, it could be a drone, and then some of them are plasmoids, and then some of them this, it makes it a lot harder.
Keeping them suspended in confusion is an actual tactic.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
You can't unify if you're in confusion.
Yeah, and you can also, I mean, I suppose you can just disseminate false info through the ranks as well in that case, and be like, here, we'll tell the police, we'll do this for the police, or we'll do this to CIA, or we'll do this to the FBI. And now the answers are conflicting, and it's up for debate still. Meanwhile, they're fixing whatever's happening.
Yeah.
What do you think is the move? Because I've speculated that much as well, that that's what's going on. They're covering something with more things, right? They're just in magic, we have an expression: the larger motion hides the smaller motion. So if I were to do like if I were to do this and just vanish the pen, that's a small motion.
Yeah.
Your eyes are kind of like on my hands, but if I go now there's like more, the bigger motion hides the smaller motion.
Yeah.
And that happens too. So if you got like specific drones going around, well, let's get more drones. And now it's like, now the misdirect is happening. Where do we land once the drone situation is resolved? How do they, the people who are, doing all the activity, how do they break that to people?
So you mean now that it's over and off the news and...
Yeah, like what do they say? Like, how do they resolve it? Like, obviously on the news they said, oh, it's just FAA, whatever, but it's still going on now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once they really figure out what's been going on, how do they tell us everything's okay now? Do they go, oh, it was just an exercise? Or do they, like, where's your head there? What do you think they...
I think that saying that it's an exercise is one way, which is kind of, to some degree, that's coming out. And it really depends on what was the purpose and what is the outcome. So whatever they figure out is the truth, then, where you're going to go from there depends on how you want people to perceive that truth or an untruth. You get what I'm saying? Like, if it is an actual UAP, right, then it's like, we still don't want people to know that. So
that's right, yeah.
We have to say that it was a training exercise. Like, if it is an people get with that,
right,
or we have to say that it was us running some special mission, secret mission, where it gives me an out, because it's like, oh, that's why we couldn't tell you, because it was a secret mission. Sorry about that, but this was for national security.
Yeah.
So, and then, most of us patriots would be like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, got it.
They did what they had to do.
Yeah, they did what they had to do, and it did make us uncomfortable, but we understand that,
It's for the greater good.
It's for the greater good, yeah. So we'll explain it away, and then we'll also explain it away to our friends, because we want to be right, and we want to know that our version of the way the story turns out and what we agree with is right. So we'll pass that. We'll perpetuate that cycle.
Yeah, personal. That's that hook again.
Yeah.
And we're going to get to that in a second because that's really interesting. And that's like, I feel like that's the baseline of PSYOP is that hook.
Yeah.
When you see somebody like Jake Barber or Lou Elizondo or any of these guys, Muggles, us here, we're watching this stuff and we're commenting PSYOP or like, this is does that ever go through your mind as well? Or is there ever a point where you rule out the PSYOP completely?
I never rule it out me personally, because I've seen people on mass scales and I've been a part of people on mass scales. Like, perfect example. There is nothing more trippy than for you. I was tactical PSYOP. So we only worked in teams of 3 with one local national or foreign national that will work with us to kind of help us understand culture. And that, because sometimes we may think it's okay to put this on a flyer, but that actually means like, to hell with your mom,
Right.
So that person will help us understand the culture and how that culture operates a little bit deeper, who lives there. So we worked in these very small teams. There's nothing more trippy than to see something that you and a team of, you're a team of 3, so 2 other people, and this one other person, dreamt up as to how to manipulate and what you want the people to say and what you want the people to do, and then start communicating with people in that environment, in that group or that tribe or in that culture, and they start saying back to you things that you wrote that you wanted them to say on a board, but they're saying it like it's their discovery, like it's their truth now. Nothing will blow your mind more and make you feel like you are also programmed. You're like, whoa, what the hell am I saying then? What am I doing? Did somebody also write that on the board somewhere and say, this is what we want Hakeem and people like Hakeem to say? And it's nothing more trippy. It's like, again, it's like you're in a dream.
It's a magic trick.
It's a magic trick. Yes, exactly. You're like looking at somebody and you want them to believe that it's magic and that it was like it came out of the ether and you got these wizard abilities, but really you're like, that's what I wanted you to believe, but I actually just did this thing. And that's overwhelming. And if let me own it. So me coming back and having aspects of PTSD, right? One of the biggest was that I didn't trust anything. Every freaking thing in my world was an illusion. I had been behind the curtain, brother. I was the Wizard of Oz, me and my crew, So I'm pulling the strings and making people think the wizard, oh, he's got these magic powers and stuff like that. And then you see behind the curtain, if you are awakened and cerebral, some people can disassociate from that. But once I started having this deeper understanding, it started really getting to me. I was just like, man, I'm in Oz, I'm in Oz. I'm a part of Oz. I'm helping perpetuate Oz. It's crazy. It's like, it's profound,
I expect there's like a certain level of guilt there as well that comes along with that. And
it's a whole lot
part of the post-traumatic stuff. Yeah.
And that's why I started, I went out and I started doing talks and I've been working on this book called Pinocchio's Liberation, this idea of this, doll that's controlled being liberated, through understanding and knowledge about what is happening in the world and how those strings are all on all of us, but it's recognizing that this string is pulling me this way and saying, oh, nope, I don't want to go that way. I don't want to go that way. That's this attention, this attentiveness to my feelings and my emotions, stuff that you would get through deep meditation and deep self-reflection, to pull away from that and say, okay, well, maybe I'm being led down this path. And I want to be an active participant and understanding whether or not I want to go down that way or I'm going to go another way versus just going down that way like a zombie and not realizing it.
Yeah, so to a certain extent, you are kind of immune, and not immune in the sense like it'll never happen, but being aware of it definitely helps if you are also aware that you can be affected.
Yes.
Because it doesn't help if you think you're immune.
Yes.
Right? You can be aware of it, but if you think you're immune to it, then being aware of it doesn't help you.
Yes.
But if you're aware of it and know that you're susceptible to it, then you can put yourself into that mind state of someone who would be susceptible and kind of like help you navigate out of it. That's really interesting. And I think that, I mean, because I'm hearing you talk, man, and I'm like, this is exactly like talking to a magician. Like, we're saying the same things here. And,
I am a magician.
Yeah, we're saying the same things. And you know, the difference is that magicians, well, for the most part, I won't say all of them, but we do walk an ethical line when it comes to that stuff, because I know for a fact that I can convince people that I have psychic ability. I can do that. I've done it, you know, in the past when learning magic. And you get this high off of like controlling situation, controlling people's perception about you, about life, about their own reality. It becomes like, you're like, whoa, and that's a dangerous thing. A lot of responsibility there. And, you know, it took me a few years to really understand that, and that is a very slippery slope, and in the wrong hands can be weaponized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was one of the things when we went through PSYOP school that I took very personal, is it was like, don't use this on American civilians. So actually the way the description of PSYOP is to influence the hearts and minds of foreign target audiences. So it's not something that you're supposed to use domestically.
Illegal to use it.
Yeah. Even though we get around it, all the time. I think it was like Smith and Burt's or something like that. There's an actual article that tells us that we can't use it here in the States. And so we get around that by saying information operations or
marketing,
military. It's, that'll blow your mind too. So we're, I may have told you this, but people, we're not supposed to use PSYOP on the American public, but then people get out and then they go into marketing organizations, and what are they doing? They're not going to just say, well, I'm just going to throw away all this training. They're going to use that training to help them forward the agenda of the marketing company. Or they go into political strategy and then they use that information to help, this politician or media. And so they are using it.
Yep.
They're just
renaming it, rebranding it.
Yeah. They're saying, I'm not using PSYOP. Yeah, yes, you are. It's all, Bernays and all of these guys help develop.
And Bernays is directly related to Sigmund Freud.
Yes.
And what's funny is that one of the founders of Netflix is actually related to Bernays.
Oh, wow. I did not know
that's a big PSYOP.
And
that's true. You can look that up.
Wow.
He's directly related.
Wow.
So, you go from the father of modern psychology to the father of propaganda to the CEO of Netflix.
Wow. That's pretty impactful. Yeah. And that's it, right? So these guys help develop and create how we think. And then they created these programs to help us manipulate and influence people and how they think. And so, that's the foundation of a lot of this.
So let's talk about this hook. This is something that I find so interesting, because this is the most important part for me. Because if you can find someone's hook, that's their Achilles heel. And online, it's pretty easy to find someone's hook because you can just like trigger them with different comments.
Yeah.
And as soon as they start responding, you're like, oh, a little sensitive area here, it seems like, right?
Yeah.
And that's where you attack that sensitive area until they break. That's kind of like what we've been seeing online with bots and stuff. And that's how that works.
Yeah.
Can you explain what exactly a hook is and what you do to use that hook?
Yeah. So one of the ways that we look at PSYOP is we're always looking at how do we influence a person based on their values or belief system or, their emotions, things of that nature. And those things can be considered hooks. They are things that a person is doing subconsciously and reacting to in their life based on their belief system and the structure of how they walk in the world, that it's very difficult for them to break free. So for instance, we'd say like, food could be a hook, right? And we see people addicted to different types of food and they're like, man, I know I need to stop this, but I can't, right? And then, you will see like this commercial for these golden McDonald's fries and the salt and stuff, and it makes people salivate, and then they're like, oh, I need those fries, even though they know they shouldn't be doing that. So I like to explain it like, well, what do we know of a hook? Normally we think of hooks as things that go on the end of fishing lines and go in the water, and fish bite them shits all the time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you think the fish, the council of fish don't get together and say we shouldn't do that, but they're still doing it,
Wow.
and that's because, and then you go to fishing shops and they have different lures, and the lures look different ways. And they say, oh, this one gets a lot of bites with the bass, and this one gets a lot of bites with these type. And so we're on that scale, we're doing the same. They're doing the same thing as what, governments are doing to the people, or other organizations are doing to the people, where that hook and what's on it, it's something that it's really tough for you to resist. And I tell people, if some of us have bad habits like picking our fingers. Like for me, it's picking my fingers sometimes. And I know I've said plenty of times I want to stop doing that. Right. And then I'll get really, especially when I'm deep in thought, I'll start picking at my fingers. Yeah. And then I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that, because that's bad for your fingers. And then I'll be like, okay, so what was I thinking about? Yeah. Okay.
Right back to it.
Right back to it. And so the hook would be that thing.
So for me, if I was doing a talk on stage and I wanted to target you directly, to single you out, I might use an arbitrary example and be like, there's a lot of people low on the IQ level that like pick their fingers, these type of people. And I would just go on and you'd be like,
oh, that's me.
All of a sudden, yeah, you'd feel targeted, insecure,
yeah,
and
that
then
would look for that reaction.
That's right. And then you would start questioning yourself.
Yeah.
Am I low IQ? How is that correlated?
Yeah.
How do I, and it would bother you. Right. So like, that's the idea of like, you can find really specific hooks for specific people.
Yeah. And that's what's so insidious, or, very hidden, very powerful about PSYOP, because what happens is once you find that hook, it makes things so much easier, because all you do is package everything, every message you want to get within the confines of that hook. And then people just eat it up, because they can't, a lot of us aren't consciously aware enough to know, like, hey, did we just accept it? And so I used to hear debates all the time. Now, a lot of people don't trust the media, but I used to hear debates all the time. Well, I listen to Fox and you listen to CNN, and I do this and I do that, and CNN always lies to you guys, and Fox is always lying to you guys, and they're telling us this news station is telling us the truth. And then you had that like Sinclair video come out, and then you see like, it's all like scripted, and it's all side by side, and it didn't matter if it was Fox or CNN. They're saying the same thing because these guys are owned by the same and people start, whoa, wait a minute, what's going on there?
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about troubling and irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
Plaguing our country.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think.
We have some tour dates coming up. We have East Lansing, Michigan, Eugene, Oregon, Victoria, Orful, Joe Rogan. Thanks, man. Nice to see you, bro.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, man.
We had a fun time. We were just talking about how if we had a camera on us when we were in Vegas having dinner a couple weeks ago, that one night, bro, we were so silly. We were dying
After
laughing.
UFC?
Dying
Yeah, your
laughing.
buddies were there. One of them, there was pro pool players.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jeremy Jones and Carl Boyce.
And they had been swimming in a pool of beer. They've been playing in a deep end of a pool of
They
beer.
were there for 6 hours of the fights drinking.
Oh, they were cooked.
Because they got there with me, so they started watching the fights at like 3:30 p.m.
Yeah. Oh, during that Chris Weidman fight, one of them kept yelling "hole in one" over and over again. So
Really?
I knew that they were fucking
Hole in one?
Yeah, I mean they were just getting pretty cooked up.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, dude, that was fun. That dinner was fun. It was that place was fancy in there. But it was a good time. Man, you just got back from Scotland.
Yeah.
Well, how was it? Oh,
It's
Joe
cold,
Rogan.
cold as shit.
Did they
Beautiful.
Did they talk to you like that? Oh, Joe.
They talk like that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do an impression of it. I'll fuck it up, but I like it over there. It's beautiful.
Would you like? Was there?
I think that it's one of the most beautiful places, but it's like very lightly populated. I almost don't want to talk about it because it's so cool. Because there's not a lot of people there.
Oh yeah.
But it's also there's like some shit there that's so old. They had some guide stones on this property, and they said, "I go, how old are these things?" They're like thousands of years old. We don't even know. Don't know who put them there. Don't know why they're there. So these like 4,000, 5,000-year-old stones that are sticking out of the ground. They have a stone circle there that's older than Stonehenge. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, Stonehenge is crazy, dude. I remember when in school they would teach us like Stonehenge. It's crazy. Who knows what happened, you know?
Yeah.
Like Smurfs, aliens. Like they had all this crazy shit they would teach you. And then
They taught you about that in school?
Yeah.
Smurfs.
Or just everybody didn't know what it was about, right? But then
Stonehenge is by Smurfs? Is that it?
Fucking, this
Jamie,
was-
did you get that in Ohio? Did they teach
I
you
learned
that?
about it all at the same time like him, probably.
Yeah, this is during the 80s, bro, early 90s. And but then we went there one time, we were touring and we drove by and literally they had an exit for Stonehenge and it was just right there. It was like a rest area. It was just like right off the highway.
And when you went there, was it impressive?
No, it was like I was impressed because I'd learned they didn't give a fuck. There's like people over there just like changing their kids in front of it and stuff on the ground. Like people didn't give a shit.
And you could walk up to it and touch it, right?
It's right there, dude. They had like a sign that was like, I don't even think it said "please don't touch." It was like just something more vague than that.
Did you ever see the Georgia Guidestones? The Georgia Guidestones were this thing that I don't know if they know who built it. Do they know who funded that thing?
I don't think so.
So
They were found out.
the Georgia Guidestones, somebody spent a lot of money to make these giant stone statues with the guides to how to keep a civilization intact. And then
like the
somebody-
rules?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's written in a bunch of different languages. So what is it like? So somebody blew it up, man.
No.
Oh yeah, that's it down the bottom. Somebody blew it up, and then they decided after the person blew up part of it to destroy it all, which I don't understand that logic. Why they wouldn't just rebuild it? Why didn't you just rebuild it? So a mysterious monument meant to guide into an age of reason was destroyed after an apparent bombing.
That right there is like a perfect example of existence. It feels like.
How about just leave it there?
Yeah.
Okay, in June of 1979, a man going by the pseudonym of R.C. Christian approached the Elberton Granite Finishing Company with the task of building a monument. He said that no one was ever to know his true identity or that the group that he was representing, or the group that he of the group or that of the group that he was representing. He seemed to have an endless supply of money to fund the project, and by the terms of the legal contract, all plans had to be destroyed after completion and all information about him withheld from the public. So the stones were finished in 1980. They carried a tablet in the front proclaiming, "Let these be guide stones to an age of reason." Engraved in the stones are 10 guidelines meant to reestablish the planet and society, perhaps after an apocalypse. They're written in 8 different languages: English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindu, Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, and Russian, amongst other commandments preached to maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Wow. Rule, passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Balance personal rights with social duties. Yeah. Be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature.
Wow.
Solid laws.
Yeah, do you think...
That's solid.
Yeah, it seems like a great plan. Do you think that humanity is supposed to reach like this place where we kind of get it all figured out? Or do you think it's always just this constant ebb and flow of like...
Well, I think...
step forward, step back, or 2 steps forward, step back.
We were talking about on the podcast, like what's happening in terms of like people slowly turning into genderless aliens.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's probably really what's going on. I don't think humanity ever gets together. I think humanity stops being humanity. Because I think what keeps us from getting it together, a lot of it, is if you think about the horrors of society, like violence, war, thievery, like stealing resources, all that stuff, imprisoning people, corruption, all those things are like, those are built-in primal behaviors in human beings, especially with unchecked power. And I think that as long as we're just human beings, we're going to have those things. We'll have less and less of them. We have way less now than we had during fucking King Henry VIII. Like, back during King Henry VIII, you couldn't have a podcast. He would fucking kill you. When he wanted to get rid of his wives, he just chopped their fucking heads off.
Oh.
Get a new one. Get rid of her. Off with her head.
You couldn't do that now.
That was the thing, right? Was it Henry VIII that was off with their head? Wasn't he the guy? He had a few of them.
He would see it. Now it would be his wife would make a TikTok about it in a heartbeat, I feel like. Or her sister would.
Oh, yeah. She would like, that motherfucker. There was nothing wrong with her head. He said her head was cursed.
Henry is lying.
Yeah. Nowadays are different, man. So there's that's like Steven Pinker's work. If you follow his work on violence and crime, people always want to think that violence and crime is more now than ever before, but the reality is, when you look at the course of human history, there's never been a more safe time to be alive than right now.
What do you think it looks like coming up? Do you think like people start to if like people continue to be so like full of fear, do people like resort back to like their tribal nature, or what kind of starts to happen?
They definitely do if the power goes out. The only thing that keeps society together is power. As soon as power goes out, you have no electricity, you have no cooling, so you can't stay in places where it's too hot, and you can't live in places where it's too cold.
Yeah.
You're in a bad spot there. So then if you're living in a place where it's too cold, you're heavily dependent upon firewood. So a big part of your day is getting firewood. You have to make sure you have enough. If you're living in Siberia, you have to have a fucking shit pile of firewood, and you never let that fire go out.
I'd get a bunch.
Ever. You need to have a bunch.
I would. I'd get there early.
You got to keep that fucking fire going, man, because if you're stuck out there and it's 70 degrees below zero, like, you'll die.
Dude, imagine you fall asleep and it fucking goes out, and then you have to wake up the other people and
a lot
tell
of these
them.
guys aren't using matches to start fires either. Because, that's one of the things that survivalists will tell you is, like, you're going to run out of matches. You should learn how to start a fire without matches. So you got to learn how to start a fire with steel and flint. And
I don't know how.
It's fucking not easy, man. There's some fire starters you can get, like, they're pretty good.
Have you seen people do it, like when you go hunting and stuff? You have?
I've done it, yeah. I've started fires with these little flint sticks. So it's like a piece of steel and a piece of flint, and there's these little things called fire starters, and some people make them too. One of the ways they make them is they take cotton balls, like cotton swabs, and they soak them in Vaseline, and so then you take tinder. So you have like some people use steel wool.
Oh yeah,
they use different things that you can you can make it with like shavings and dry the shavings out, and then you slowly get little sparks onto those shavings, and then once you get it going, then you put some little sticks on, then you put some bigger sticks on. Now you have a fire.
Yeah.
And they say that you should know how to do that because you don't want to be on that last match going fuck.
Yeah.
Like, you have to know how to actually start a fire. The best way is with tools. I tried to start a fire when I was in the Boy Scouts with the bow. I don't know if you ever did that one. Like, there's a stick and you wrap.
Oh yeah, and you do it like that or whatever.
Back and forth and back and forth. I got it to
Cotton Eye Joe or whatever.
I got it to smoke. I got blackness came out of it. I never got a fire.
Damn.
I never got it to the point where I could like light something on fire there.
Yeah.
But I was also dumb. I didn't realize you got to like put little tiny pieces of wood down in there once it starts going, then blow on it. I thought a fire was gonna get going.
Just fucking go, huh?
I thought that thing was gonna light fire eventually. Yeah, it didn't. Didn't.
What in Scotland did you see any good music? AC/DC's from Scotland.
Oh yeah.
That's what I was thinking of earlier when we were talking. For those. No, that's not them.
Those about to rock.
Is that them?
Fire.
From Australia.
AC/DC is?
Yeah, you son of a bitch.
They
Why
keep
you lying?
changing it. Well, they keep changing it.
They keep changing it. It's like Berenstein Bears. You know? It's like the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
What what's a famous band that is from Scotland then?
Take that back. 2 of the members are from Glasgow, so
Oh,
that's not an incorrect thought, I suppose.
Jamie came at you hard there. Came at you a little hard there.
What else do they sing? AC/DC.
Long Way to the Top. Yeah. Back in Black.
Hell's Bells.
Yeah, Hell's Bells. Yeah. Whole Lot of Rosie.
I haven't heard that one, I don't think.
Whole Lot of Woman. Yeah, you have. You have. Whole Lot of Rosie. You know that song.
Maybe I have heard it.
You never heard that song? Come on, son.
Say it again.
Listen, give me a little Whole Lot of Rosie. You got to hear this. You never heard this song? There's no way you never heard this song. This is a Bon Scott AC/DC classic, the early days.
Black and black. That's a shit
Wasn't
we
it
used to
Bon
listen.
Scott? Come on.
Those were the fucking days, dude.
It's just picking up. Give me a little more. Oh, we're in trouble already.
It's his show.
We're in trouble.
We
It's
are
your
in
show.
trouble.
It's your show.
That's true. We're in trouble, dude. Yeah, we probably won't be able to play that. But what was it called? Whole Lot of
Edit that out. They will come for you. Did you see that Facebook put out new standards today for content moderation?
No, I did see that they're supposed to that Dana White was doing something with Mark Zuckerberg. And that they
He's
were
part of his board now.
And that they were going to allow more free speech. That's what they said.
They're going to allow more free speech and allow people to not be restricted to talk about things that were hot button issues before. It's great. And they're going to remove the content moderation for a type of community notes. Facebook and Instagram get rid of fact checkers. The problem with fact checkers is there's been a lot of fact checkers that were just wrong, and it's very ideologically based. Especially anything that has to do with climate change, or anything that has to do with vaccines, or anything that has to do with anything pharmacologically.
Yeah, it says in a video posted alongside a blog post by the company on Tuesday, Chief Executive Mark Zuckerberg said third-party moderators were too politically biased, and it was time to get back to our roots around free expression. But do you think they're real? I wonder if there's something else going on, because I find it hard to believe they're really willing to give up that bias. You know, like
it's probably not good for business to keep that bias. They're in a business, all right? Their business is social media, and if Twitter sets a standard, which it clearly does. So Twitter is the most wild of all big platforms. You can get away with a lot of shit on Twitter.
Yeah.
That has not been the case with Facebook or Instagram. And if Twitter continues to have the kind of engagement that it has because it lets people go wild, and I know there's a lot of criticisms about even Twitter's content moderation, but everybody has to admit it's certainly better than everywhere else.
Yeah.
It's like there's a dispute now about whether or not people should be demonetized, right? Whether if you're allowed to speak on the platform, if they can say you're saying things we don't like, we're going to be able to take away your ability to make money. Well, you're kind of censoring people in a way because you're enforcing self-censorship because they're not going to say those inflammatory things anymore because then they need a Adrian Dittman account, right?
Right.
Accounts, talk some shit, blow a little steam off.
Well, I wonder
talk a little shit about the government.
Is AI? What if But how do we know that the information in AI isn't being adjusted to fit whatever they want it to say? Like that's what one thing I always thought. Like,
well, it is. It certainly is. Like that was the problem with Google's Gemini when it first came out. You know, Google's Gemini, when it first came out, they said make images of Nazi soldiers. They had multicultural Nazi soldiers. Did you see that? Oh, you have to see it. You have to see it. You're going to freak out.
They had all types of Nazi soldiers?
They had black Nazi soldiers. They had a Native American Nazi.
Oh, at least everybody was doing it.
They had Chinese Nazis.
You know, at least it wasn't
It's so dumb. Yeah. But it's like that's when you try to be woke and you attach it to everything. Look, well, you're not representing reality. I said, show me Vikings, not Chinese midgets. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Why are you showing me this? Because it's woke is not reality. And if you do that with AI, like, look at this. Look at those images. Look at that. It looks like guys from fucking Nigeria in the lower left-hand corner. Look at the Native American lady with her braids. That's so crazy. that's a Nazi soldier.
She's a cutie kind of.
She is kind of cute. It's but look at that. That's nuts. Right, so if that's artificial intelligence, that's not intelligent at all.
Right.
You're ignoring the reality of what a Nazi looked like.
Right, but you'd only need a couple generations that it feels like to end up just brainwashing it's
100%.
Like that's the thing that's super scary. It's like instead of controlling like what people write, you control what the paper will say, right?
100%.
It's almost like controlling
He who controls the AI controls the narrative of the whole country. And it's going to be smarter than you and me. Like you and me, if we have an opposition to something, maybe we could say it in a funny way. Maybe we can like relate to people because they know the way we think. But AI is going to be way better at communicating. So it's going to be like we're going to look stupid. Like, have you ever had a debate with someone who's way smarter than you and they're making more points than you and you're stuck?
Your episode a little while ago.
It's frustrating, right? But you're trapped and you're like, fuck, I can't really articulate this as well.
Most of my life is like that.
Right. So imagine that, but with the smartest people in the world not being able to keep up, because AI is going to literally be like not just the smartest person in the world, but all of the smartest people in the world together.
Fuck. Yeah, that's it. I just worry then whoever controls that is going to control everything.
Exactly. And these fucking eggheads that are running us towards the edge of the cliff have to do what they're doing because China's doing it and they're stealing our data for sure.
But let them have it. What are they getting?
They're replicating our research. They're making AI as well. They're way ahead in a lot of stuff, man. Way ahead. China's way ahead in drone technology. Way ahead.
But what is somebody could like? Sometimes I guess with drone they can come and I guess eavesdrop. They can see what's going on.
Commercial drones. Okay, I don't know what the military has, and this was like a big subject of the Sean Ryan podcast the other day. Do you know about this?
Yeah, they had a guy on there who came through and said that. That Liversburg guy.
The guy who supposedly blew himself up in the Tesla Cybertruck in front of Trump Tower.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a guy who came on the Sean Ryan podcast and said that this dude, Matthew Livelsberger, is that how I say it? Who apparently was on a television show 12 years ago with Tim Kennedy.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Green Beret TV show where they did Green Beret shit.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. So this guy wrote this manifesto. He sent this, I wouldn't say a manifesto, but a statement. And in that statement, there was no indication he was going to blow himself up in that statement, by the way. The statement was just talking about what he knew. Mm-hmm. And what was the problem was that these Chinese drones are operating on this anti-magnetic technology and that we have this technology as well.
Was that the stuff that the guy who came on here was talking about that time?
Here's what he says. What we've been seeing with drones is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered by aircraft, most recently China in the East Coast, but throughout history, the U.S. only. Only we in China have this capability. Our open location for this activity in the box is below. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently has picked up. As of now, it's just a show of force, and they are using it similar to how they use the balloon for SIGINT and ISR, which are also part of the integrated comm system. There are dozens of these balloons in the air at any given time. So what is, because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned AC, they are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate.
Wow.
The U.S. government needs to give the history of this, how they're employing it and weaponizing it, how China is employing them, and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere in the East Coast.
Do you think that this is just this seems to me also like a fear tactic?
It could be. It could be.
Because it feels
when
big
someone
like that.
releases a letter like that and then blows themselves up where they don't have a chance to talk about and shot himself in the head with a fucking Desert Eagle. You ever seen a Desert Eagle? It's a giant overkill of a gun. It's like a 50 caliber pistol. What is it? Is a Desert Eagle 50 caliber?
I don't know. I mean, they found the Desert Eagle. I don't know if this officially said that's what was used.
Oh, but didn't they say that he shot himself in the head?
They said there was a gunshot wound to the head of the victim in the car.
And it's the worst too because
they didn't even claim it was him yet.
Right.
Also.
Wow.
They haven't even because the DNA is so destroyed. I mean, he's cooked, so they have to sample DNA and then run it through a lab and then figure out if it's him.
Fuck.
They believe it's him though.
Right. It's so crazy how when something happens now, it's like we get the news so fast, right? And we get video footage of it fast. Like we get a lot of things fast that you start getting so many ideas of what's happened and so many like angles and lanes. And you've had 2 podcasts come out from different people before you even get anything from like the authorities, right?
Right.
But then you feel like you can't even trust the authorities anyway. It's so wild how we just are having to piece. Everyone is kind of piecing together for themselves what has happened every time.
That's crazy.
So that shows what
Jesus.
it actually looks like when a 50 caliber shoots a skull that's wrapped up in that ballistic
Show
shell.
one more time. Can we show this? you
Yeah,
think?
watch this. Boom! It just gets destroyed. It's a enormous round. I mean, it's massive overkill to shoot yourself in the head with one of those. But the question is, why would you use a Cybertruck? Because one of the things about a Cybertruck is if you're trying to do damage, a Cybertruck is way more robust than most trucks. I mean, you can't even, they're bulletproof.
Yeah.
I should
Which
try
is
to shoot an arrow through one of them out here.
Yeah. Which is the worst thing ever to say about a vehicle. I have a Cybertruck. And because then everybody's like, oh, is it fucking bulletproof, bitch? You know?
They want to shoot at your truck.
Everybody's like,
Of
yeah,
course.
look at this metal queer. People would yell at me and shit. Like, you're like, what is going on? Like,
That's so weird.
just crazy. I mean, but people want to challenge it.
Yeah, they don't like it. There's a lot of people that either love those things, I'm on that side, or hate them. That's my whole family.
They
fucking, ew, they think they look gross.
I feel a little embarrassed when I get out of it sometimes, or when I have to get back in it.
It's a statement.
I got it like 5 years ago. I wanted it so bad, and you could put it on $100 and say you had one, kind of, you know. Like
I got one on order.
Yeah, I got one on order. Right, everybody had one. But the thing that you always feel like you're working for Lowe's, but you're never dropping off whatever you're supposed to drop off too.
You feel like you're in a pickup truck?
Yeah, I feel like I'm always like I've
you
got
are in
a
a pickup truck, actually.
It's a good point. I feel like I've always got a washer dryer, but I've just don't know how to. It has a feeling to it like I work for Home Depot
Like
and
you're
I'm delivering a
delivering
Whirlpool.
stuff?
Yeah, like
Something heavy.
Yeah.
What's so heavy?
I always how was that feeling? That feeling, a refrigerator. It feels like.
Bro, if you get in an accident with that thing, you're gonna do some damage.
Dude, I'll tell you what you don't want to do is get stuck in rural Mississippi having to charge that bitch.
Did you?
Yeah.
No.
During the holidays.
Oh no. What'd you do?
Dude, well, first of all, I pull up and
this must circle you at coyotes.
Oh, dude, it was crazy. People were coming by, looking at it,
Revving their engines from a distance. Brum, brum.
Yeah.
Challenging your technology.
People were like, women were like, who were like barren, were like rubbing their pussies against it and stuff. Like
Really?
it had like, I remember people were like thinking it had magical powers. Some brother came right up, right? I had the window cracked. He ordered 2 Black and Milds from me. Like I was like, I was like, I'm just charging. Like, let me get 2 Black and Mild, you know? Like I was in a you can't even imagine where I was. Town, probably 600 people.
How did they have a charger?
This one place had a charger. It was like an IGA.
How long did it take you to charge that whole Cybertruck?
It took me 2 hours to just get enough to get out of there. Basically,
How many miles did you get with 2 hours worth of charging?
I would bet I got 40 miles.
That's it?
Yeah, it was. It was a tough. I mean, it took me half the day to get back to my mom's in Baton Rouge.
See, that's the problem with long distance unless you go to a place that has like cities where they have the superchargers.
Yeah. Well, then when I drove back to Nashville, I hit like ones that had 300, 250 kilowatt hours. One has 400 kilowatt hours. There's a Mercedes dealership.
Wow. So how quick would that charge you up?
That thing will charge you up, I bet, in about 45 minutes.
It's still
all the way to 320 miles.
That's still a long fucking time.
Dude,
You're
I plugged it in at my buddy's house. It gave me 2 miles an hour. So I woke up 6 hours later and had 12 miles.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, so that was just like a lamp. Yeah. Basically.
Yeah,
it
it takes
enough,
a lot of electricity.
enough power to read by, basically.
Do you really save money though? Have you ever looked at that? Like, it's like how much he's paying on gas versus how much does it cost for electricity?
I don't think you really save any money, and especially if you have to charge on one of those trips, then it costs it's pretty expensive to charge up. Like it's not more than gas, but it's probably half the price, dude. And then this was the worst thing. So in Louisiana, they put a couple chargers back behind this church's chicken, right?
You're like.
I gotta tell you about this shit, dude.
You get some hand movements in here.
Well, look, bro.
Dude, it's like as soon as you start doing this, like I know you got a point.
This was my holidays, dude. It was tragic. So I get off. They got a church's chicken, right? So to drive, the Chargers are behind a Church's Chicken for some reason, but there's no lane to just drive back to the Chargers. You have to get in the to-go lane of the Church's Chickens. You have to go in. So there's a big line at the Church's Chicken, right? So I get in line. I have to wait in line to go to the lady at the order thing. You know, it's like, take your order at the to-go order. And I'm like, I'm just going to the Charger. So then I go back there. And now I have to like meander back and forth to get my car to park. And there's hardly any room. Now I'm just facing the people who are waiting in line to pick up their chicken. And there's two types of people in the world. There's like people that wait in line at a Church's Chicken in a drive-thru to get food, and people who have a electric vehicle, right? They're two different people.
Very.
Oh, so all these people are like, and then I had to leave, right? So I sit there and charge. I had to leave. Some lady is like, wouldn't let me back in line because she didn't want me getting her chicken, right? She's like, you ain't get my chicken. And I'm like, I don't want your chicken, right?
I'm just trying to get out of here.
But there was no way to go around the line. Like, you had to get in the line to leave.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. So you had to order chicken in order to use their electricity?
No, but I had to promise a lady I was not going to get her chicken, dude. I'll give you $11 not to ever fucking even get any chicken from this place.
11? That's not enough.
Or 27 or whatever. It just made me mad, dude. But anyway, just that whole... How
fast was that charger?
That charger was pretty quick. It was 250 kilowatts an hour. I'd say about an hour and 15 minutes you could charge her.
And you were ready to go in an hour and 15 minutes?
I got out of there early. I cut out early. But it was just a lot, man.
I love driving a Tesla around town because I know I'll be able to park it at home or park it here and charge it. But if I had to go on a road trip, I would be very nervous.
Yeah, I would say do not do it. That's what I would say.
Also, it's like whatever the range is, like let's say the range is 360 miles, not the way I drive.
Yeah, you're not getting that. You're getting 220,
yeah.
210.
When you accelerate on the highway, you're like, wee.
Oh, I pulled into a Charger with 4 or 5 miles left.
Ooh.
Right into that bit.
Then that's like a pedestrian.
I don't give a fuck, son.
You're so close to being a pedestrian. You're like minutes on a watch. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. Away from being a pedestrian. I'm like from walking until you run out of water. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. You're 4 minutes away. Fuck that, dude.
But that was about to rock. Fire.
See, you can call a tow truck. They can come with a tank of gas. Like that.
But that one,
they show up, you tip the guy, hey, thank you, brother, appreciate it. Where's the nearest gas station? He hooks you up, you pay for the gas, you pay for his service, you give him a tip, you drive to the gas station. Bro, that's a 15-minute ordeal.
Yeah.
You're good to go. Filled up, you got fucking beef jerky, you get a Diet Mountain Dew.
Hell
you're
yeah,
on the
dude.
road. You got a bag of peanuts you're not going to eat. You're on the road, son.
Yeah, you got a fucking, you're riding in your truck again. You're ready to fart and huff it.
Again, we're talking about farting in the earlier episode. Guys, I wonder if there's been a study on the drop in IQ from huffing your own farts driving trucks.
It can't be good for you. Or animals would do it. You know what I'm saying? Or you would see, I guess caved animals probably do it.
It can't be good for you. It just can't be.
No, because it's your body trying to say no way, and then your nose is like, yeah,
Yo,
yeah.
you know what's really bad for you? Scented candles.
Really?
Yeah. I was reading about this. They're trying to figure out why there's been an uptick in lung cancer from people that don't smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to figure out what it is. And they think there's a combination of factors. Burning toxins, some cooking oils when burned create like problems and people inhaling, like especially for prolonged periods of time, but also candles. Like candles are not good for you. Those scented candles, you're getting a bunch of funky chemicals. So if you have a 1-bedroom apartment, right? You got a little bedroom and you got like 10 candles in there because you like it looking sexy. You know, you like to listen to fucking moody music.
Yeah.
You know,
you like to lay on your back and jerk off with your legs in the air like that.
Yeah.
Like some
That's
weirdo.
Yeah. Listen to PJ O'Rourke.
Listen to Joel Osteen.
Under the bridge. Yeah, I want to get moody.
Dude, that has to be the craziest way to jerk off is laying on your back, legs in the air,
Yeah,
right?
legs in the air. Yeah. Asshole to God.
Oh, that's crazy. Hold on. And one of my buddies like, yeah, sometimes I put a pillow under my butt. I'm like, what is that
I don't
for?
even feel comfortable stretching like that when I'm alone. You know, I stretch like that when I'm alone. I lie on my back and I get both my ankles and I pull them down like this to work on my kicking flexibility.
Oh, damn, brother.
I don't even feel comfortable doing that, but I'm by myself. Just me by myself.
Yeah,
Stretching
that's a
out
lot.
my legs like this, like wee.
That's hitchhiking for the devil right there,
That's
brother.
what I'm saying. I'm giving off a message to the demons in the world.
This episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. Do you love firing on sports? Prize Picks is the best daily fantasy sports app for you. It's the one I like. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. You can fire on all your favorite sports like the NBA, NFL, UFC, and many more. Instead of choosing teams, you choose individual players. Each player has a set projection, and you either choose more or less than that set projection. For example, you could choose Anthony Edwards and more than 16 points, or you could choose Bronny James and less than 2 rebounds. If you are smart with sports and you know what players are going to perform on what nights, then Prize Picks is the best app for you. If you can gamble safely, first-time users download the Prize Picks app. Use code Theo, and Prize Picks will instantly give you $50 on your first lineup of $5 or more. No strings attached. Put in $5 and instantly get a free $50. Prize Picks. This episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. If you love Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, then I've got the right thing for you. Introducing MoonPay, your express lane into the wild world of cryptocurrency. Bitcoin's been on a tear, and if you're thinking about diving into that digital treasure chest, MoonPay's got your back. MoonPay isn't just another player. They've got the experience to make buying crypto as smooth as a freshly paved road. I've had my ups and downs with crypto. Once got so hooked, I was checking prices more than my own pulse. That's true. Every few minutes, just rattling, looking at the charts. I sold it all a few times, but like a boomerang, I'm back. Thanks to MoonPay. Track your favorite cryptos with MoonPay's custom watch list, whether it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, or something more exotic. You might be wondering, is MoonPay safe? Well, their security is like Fort Knox, and their support team, well, they're like your personal crypto bodyguards, available all day, every day. So if you're looking to get into crypto, there's no better place than MoonPay. Head over to moonpay.com/THEO to sign up. That's moonpay.com/Theo, or search MoonPay in the App Store. This isn't financial advice. Trading crypto carries risks, and you could lose your investment. MoonPay is here to facilitate, not advise. You know, I'm still kind of recovering from the holidays, to be honest with you. I'm a slow recoverer. I didn't want the year to start. I just wasn't ready. You know, and before you turn around, people are celebrating the ball drop, and there's gas in the New Year tank, and vroom, you're off. You know, and I have to ask myself, what does the future hold for business? Can someone invent a crystal ball? Until then, over 41,000 businesses have wars, you know, and I believe that there could be a group war. I'm amazed that at a group level we don't start to say, hey, this stuff is evil, you know, and let's not do it, right? But I think that's where like temptation and all that comes in, and yeah, I think it's pretty fascinating. Sometimes I'll wake up with and look at my life as like, wow, this is a war I'm in. This is a, and I am the guy who's leading my vessel or whatever, you know, or doing my best, you know, doing my best.
That is kind of what it is. There's a lot of that, right? You're in a war of choices. You're in a war of decisions. And you're a war of good behavior and detrimental and destructive behavior. And, you know, especially guys like you that have gone through periods of addiction, you know, that's always a war of temptation in your mind. There's always going to be that there. There's always going to be smelling salts.
I'll hit it.
There's always going to be smelling salts to bring you. This is the dark road. Everybody wants to talk about gateway drugs. Oh, don't you bring out a new one, you son of a bitch.
You got
this one's strong enough, Jamie. Let's check.
Is that strawberry?
No.
flavor.
The thing is, they're so scary when they bring the new ones out. Like, I'm scared of the new ones. Oh, this one's so strong. Oh my God, this is
Bro,
so
I
strong.
can already
I'm scared of the new
feel a little of that.
God. Oh my God.
Let me ride.
You know what the difference is, Jamie?
Let me ride that little bit.
You know what the difference is? This one, I kept this on it. I didn't even realize I was doing it, but I kept that on it, and then it was sealed.
I'll lay on my back in 69. This thing, brother. I think it's already going to be strong, Joe. Quiet. Don't look at me when I do it.
Hit it. Hit it.
I didn't get enough.
You didn't get enough.
Nope. Hold
Really?
on.
You didn't inhale. You got scared. You missed.
You're right.
Oh my God! Oh my God! No! No! You don't do that! You don't do that! What you just did scared everyone.
Take a break. I'm sweating.
I'm sweating too.
Because of that.
Sorry. How are you? Are you okay? Bro, you just changed timelines. Because of you, Justin Trudeau resigned. Because of that.
Give me another hit.
Before you did that, it was a different timeline. Trump didn't win. Trudeau didn't resign. Mark Zuckerberg didn't start doing jiu-jitsu. That's part of what happened. By the way, I'll tell you for a fact. Mark Zuckerberg started doing jiu-jitsu, and nothing turns you into a libertarian like jiu-jitsu.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nothing turns you into a person who, like, really values hard work and discipline and struggle like jiu-jitsu.
Huh.
Because exposure of character on a level that, like, there's nothing else is like it.
Wow. I hadn't thought about that much.
Yeah, because you expose character in a way that it's almost impossible, even with other martial arts. Because with other martial arts, you can only spar so much, man. Believe me, because I spar too much. You spar a lot, you get hurt. And you get hurt, eventually you get dinged up with a point where your brain is just not firing so well anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was reading this horrible story where they're talking about Parkinson's, and Muhammad Ali's daughter was talking about how she remembers when she was young, when he fought Leon Spinks the second time, she could tell afterwards that he talked different.
Oh.
Oh. You know?
It's got to be tough for a kid, huh?
Oh, my God.
And you
Can
probably
imagine?
pretend that he doesn't because you don't want to hurt his feelings or whatever.
Well, you must be so scared if you're a kid and your father is a fighter. That has to be so terrifying.
Yeah.
Especially watching I've seen people that bring their kids to a fight and then they get flatlined. And you see the terror in the kid's eyes where their father is fucking laid out unconscious, bleeding from his mouth, and a doctor's holding his head up and his feet are twitching.
Yeah, and sometimes the kid doesn't even know if the dad won or not. He's still cheering, and you're like, doesn't even make any sense, dude. This kid is crazy.
Well, that kid might have other problems. That kid might be already sparring already.
Yeah.
They might have that kid sparring young. There's an argument for sparring young because you can't hurt each other.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I'll see, like, reels on the internet of on social media of kids that are young sparring. It's really funny. Sometimes they don't know what to do.
Well, as long as they learn control, they got to learn control. But if they learn control when they're young, and they learn not to hit each other hard, but just to do it fast, man, they can get so good because they don't hurt each other the way adults hurt each other.
Yeah.
Like, once you get to be like 170 pounds, man, you can generate a lot of force. And so if you're sparring hard with another guy that's 170 pounds, you're blasting each other in the face and the legs and the body. It's like, oh, God, you do so much damage.
Yeah.
So much damage. But little kids don't do that kind of damage. They just slap each other a little, pat, pat, pat. They just tap each other. It's like a good way to learn.
Oh, if I could go back and be a kid?
Is that what you do?
I mean, I would yeah, because if you could go back in time being a kid, think of all the stuff you would do.
Well, let me tell you this. If you were 90 years old right now, God, if I go back in time when I was 44 and limber.
It's true, huh?
That's what you'd do. Like, back in time, Theo Vaughn, 2025. Oh, my God. I should have taken jiu-jitsu back then. I could have been a badass in 10 years. If you took jiu-jitsu right now, by 54, you could be a black belt.
You think I could?
100%. Yeah, you're an addict. All you have to do is get addicted to jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
That's what happens to a lot of addicts. They get addicted to running, become marathon runners. Like my friend John Joseph, he became an Ironman guy, just started doing Ironman.
What about Goggins? Did he ever suffer with addiction? I don't know if he did or not.
Addiction.
Oh, yeah, that's right, huh?
Yeah, I think we all have that.
What I get sugar sometimes.
Sugar's a good one.
God, I just want something.
Look at that Gatorade. Is that a sugar-free Gatorade or a regular?
I told him to get it's sugar-free.
Zero.
I
Yeah,
asked him to get sugar-free.
Zero's
Yeah.
good.
You want a little bit of it?
No.
Yeah.
You know, I want to hit. Like, you want a taste of this whiskey?
Yeah, you want a gram of this shit? Dude, I would get so, I just been getting so dehydrated. First of all, why is dehydration more of a thing now? Dude, when I was growing up, nobody was like,
We were
"Are you
talking about that in the other
dehydrated?"
podcast, and we just, that's why this is important. If you're going to listen, you got to listen to both podcasts. And listen to that one first, because we started talking about dehydration, but then I think you started talking about zebras or something.
I did?
Yeah, you went off in a different
direction. You went off in a different direction, dude.
You started talking about bombs and
you haven't
aliens.
You haven't met you, dude. I got to introduce you to you. You're gonna be in, or you're gonna be intrigued.
I'd be fascinated.
But no, I think. What was I saying?
Hydration is important, though.
But
That's
why
why
is it-
electrolytes.
why-
Electrolytes are important.
Why is it a big thing now? Like, you remember saying years ago, nobody was like, 10 years ago, nobody was like, people were like, yeah, stay hydrated, but nobody was like, there wasn't this big crazy thing about
Well,
it.
there was once they figured out Gatorade. So do you know what the original Gatorade ingredients were? It was like citrus juice, like lemon juice, salt, sugar, and water, I believe. Pull that up. So this was a criticism that someone was bringing up on one of them Instagram reels. And they were talking about the original Gatorade versus the Gatorade that they have now with all these crazy dyes and the color blue and all the weird shit. Like, Gatorade didn't used to be like that. Gatorade was just like a hydration drink that was pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
Like, hydration drinks are legit. Electrolytes, that's a legit thing. You know, you really do need sodium, you need magnesium, you need electrolytes.
Trace minerals.
Yeah, all that stuff's fucking really good for you. And when you sweat a lot, it helps to replenish it in your body.
Do you think, do you believe in that hydrogen water stuff where it's like you charge water?
Yeah, it's legit.
It is?
Yeah.
I thought
You gotta
about
drink
maybe
it like
getting one
right after you
this
make
year.
it. The original Gatorade, invented in 1965 by UF's, is that University of Florida?
Yeah.
Robert Cade, consisted of glucose, sodium, potassium, and water. That's it. So sodium, potassium, water, and some sugar. The same formula we use for oral rehydration in cholera. It worked, but it tasted like tiger piss. Then Pepsi bought Gatorade, and Michael Jordan sweetened it with high fructose corn syrup, and voila! Michael Jordan brought us into the high fructose corn syrup maze.
It was
Gatorade, and Michael Jordan sweetened it with high fructose corn syrup, and voila! Michael Jordan brought us into the high fructose corn syrup maze.
It was it. Yeah, I remember he was the best ever.
Who's done better with sneakers than that guy?
Nobody. Jordans, it became his name. But also,
it became a thing. Like, it's a part of a brand that's a huge brand, and it's bigger than the brand.
Yeah.
Jordans are bigger than Nikes. Like, if you have Nikes on, that's one thing. If you have Jordans on, like, oh, he's got Jordans on.
That's wild, huh?
Theo Von's wearing Jordans. Look at that. Yeah.
I've never been a big shoe guy, really. I got these Jelly Roll shoes on he gave me.
Oh, those are tight.
These are like Hey Dudes, they're called.
Oh, yeah, I got a pair of those.
But they're really men's slippers, and it's something about it.
You're
Yeah.
wearing slippers.
It's like, let me
What
go
are
on
you going to do if you have to fight?
not put these on and go out on the porch.
The porch. I can see Theo scrapping on the porch. By the way, I've seen more fist fights online over the last 3 years than I have in my entire life.
Yeah.
My entire life of actually seeing street fights, my entire life of being out in comedy clubs and nightclubs and bars and seeing street fights, I've seen more in the last 3 years than all that combined.
Do you feel like we get an unrealistic view of reality because of all the stuff that we see online?
You do.
Yeah.
But if you don't go and see an actual bar fight, you don't know reality. Like, I remember I was 21 years old. I was in Boston. And I went to this bar, and I saw this dude break a Heineken bottle on this dude's face. I don't remember what they were arguing about. The dude did it so quickly, out of nowhere. His first move was break a Heineken bottle on this guy's face and just cut this guy's face wide open. It was blood was pouring down his face. I was like, that is crazy. And I was as close to that guy as I am to Jamie. It was right there at the bar. I watched it all go down. I was like, and it put in my head, like, don't ever talk shit to somebody at a bar.
Yeah.
Like, de-escalate always.
Too many weapons around.
Because, well, just there's people out there that will just break a fucking bottle over your face, especially if you threaten them. I don't know what that guy said. I don't know what happened. Yeah. I just saw the act of the guy breaking. I heard loud arguing and then smash.
And did the guy make a sound when he hit him or anything like that?
I don't remember. I just remember blood. The blood was instant. It just gushed down his face.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy got ruined for life. He has a giant scar on his face for the rest of his life, for sure. There's no way he doesn't. It was just whoosh. his whole face, blood.
Did you
don't fuck with people, man?
Oh yeah, I'm not fucking with anybody.
I know you don't, but
I don't.
For everybody else listening, don't fuck with people.
Yeah, especially if you're at a bar too. Shit is wet. I don't like to be in places where people are real drunk because shit can get too weird. It makes me nervous, I think.
100%. People do stupid fucking things when they're drunk.
Yeah.
That could ruin the whole rest of their life. Just being hammered.
Imagine how many people have just sobered up and be like, "You're lying. I did that happened," and they don't even have any memory of it.
I was watching this video that I just saw on Instagram the other day of this guy who was a former Muay Thai fighter in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And he got in a fight with these dudes and just started KOing dudes left and right. He KOs like 4 or 5 dudes, and one of them died. Because this is one of the things that I tell people all the time absolutely happens in street fights. You knock a person out, they fall down, they bounce their head off the concrete, and they fucking die. And it happens all the time. It happens all the time. And it so in 25% of the people this guy knocked out, one of them died. So 25% of them died. 1 out of 4, he KOs all 4 of them. One dude never wakes up, and now he's charged with murder. Have you seen the video? It's pretty impressive.
No, and the guy's just defending himself?
Yeah, these guys are coming after him, and he just starts flatlining them.
Damn.
Just blap. He's got a good right hand.
Did you see any UFC fight or any fighting when you were in Scotland? What did you do for fun when you were there?
No, there was no UFC fights. Have you seen that video, Jamie? I can send it to you if you want.
Who's a Scottish fighter? Paul Craig, is he Scottish?
Yeah, he's Scottish. He's a bad motherfucker.
Yeah.
He's got one of the greatest triangles in the history of the sport. That guy's triangle's off the charts. I know I sent it to Tommy. Me and Tom Segura sent each other everything fucked up, including that nuclear explosion, which I also saw that lady get body slammed. Did you see that one, Jamie? You didn't see that lady get body slammed?
I don't know what specific time you're talking about. I've seen a video of that before.
Some lady punches this guy in the face, and the guy body slams her.
Was it that it wasn't that Pentecostal deal, was it?
No, this one is I think it's in Toledo, Ohio, and they're out in the middle of the street, and this lady is yelling at this dude's girlfriend. So I just sent it to you, Jamie. Oh, Jesus. That's another one.
Ooh.
Oh, he picked that woman up and slammed her like that?
Wow. That seems, first of all, weight class. That's a catch weight,
Oh,
huh?
that's so awful. That's so awful. Oh, my God. Damn it. Jesus Christ. Fuck. That's not the one I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about is, I just sent it to you, Jamie.
You got to be careful, man.
This one, the lady punches the guy in the face, though. The guy's trying to de-escalate. He tries to walk away, and the lady says, "Get the fuck out of my face!" And then she punches him in the face, and then the dude picks her up and just slams her.
Oh my God!
And her boyfriend was in the car the whole time. She's calling out to the boyfriend in the car, and the dude does not get out of the car. He's like, "Nope." She's like, "You go ahead and fuck. Look at this. Give me some volume." And go full screen. Watch this.
Get out of the fucking car! You're right around my fucking ass! Get out the fucking car there, bitch! Get out! Get out! I didn't touch your fucking car, you dumb bitch! You were on my gun! Come and touch me, because my man's right fucking there! Come and put your fucking hand on me! I ain't driving crazy! Your bitch was on my goddamn ass! I went to fucking other lane! Get out of my face!
See you later.
Bitch! Fuck ass!
Oh. That's why you got to go to a meeting, dude. I go to a meeting before I do this shit.
Okay. Just for the record.
That's a Mazda, I think, huh?
No, it looks like a Cadillac. Like a shitty old Cadillac. For the record, that lady could die.
Yeah.
Like, you could die from that. Like, if her head banged off the concrete, I'm not sure if it did, but if it did, with the weight of all of his body and her body, like, that shit is very dangerous.
Oh, look how much we heard it from here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that shit fucking...
He was charged with assault and battery by means of dangerous weapon causing serious bodily injury, vandalizing property, and unlicensed operation of a motor vehicle. The man involved was arrested, but he wasn't driving.
Yeah, that blows me up, man.
I'm not, this is just what someone posted below. That could be...
It might not be true. The woman suffered injuries but was released from the hospital.
Oh.
The thing is like she assaulted him first.
Right. Oh, yeah. It seemed like they would get that figured out.
But doing that, he did bang her head for sure. Her head banged.
Yeah, you think? Yeah. Look at that.
That's super dangerous. Super fucking dangerous. Like
Yeah,
that's
man.
even more dangerous than knocking somebody out.
I mean, that's horrible. That's the kind of
You
stuff.
could 100% kill somebody doing that. 100%.
Well, people want to do dangerous stuff. Did you see? There's a woman that just died petting an elephant, trying to pet an elephant. I think in Thailand.
Well, we
Jamie,
watched
if you don't mind,
a guy get trampled by an elephant recently.
You did?
Oh, it was awful. This elephant
Yeah, it
got
seems
tired
like
of this
it.
guy ordering it around and just folded this dude up and just squashed him. And you see him trying to get away and it just squashes his head. You're like, yo.
Spanish woman killed by elephant in Thailand while bathing animal.
Oh, by the way, I did that.
You did it?
I didn't get in the bathe them, but my family did. We, in Thailand, rode the elephants. And I was like, I don't think this is cool. They thought, oh, this is so beautiful. This is what happens. You go to this elephant reserve. Like, it's like they rescue these elephants. By the way, the elephants are completely free range. So they're wandering through the jungle. So while you're there, you hear trees branching, branches snapping, and you see elephants just making their way through the jungle to this group. And then they feed them sugarcane. So you feed these elephants sugarcane. So you give them a bunch of sugarcane, and then you clean them. So you wash the elephant and you say nice things to it.
Yeah.
And you develop this little relationship with the elephant.
Oh,
and then
beautiful.
you ride the elephant through the jungle. The elephant takes you, and then at the end of it, you bathe the elephant.
Right.
You get the
Like
elephant in the water
teamwork
and
or
you
whatever.
wash them. You're basically being nice to them. They're being nice to you.
Mm-hmm.
They're letting you ride them. You give them free food and you give them a little massage. But I made a video about it, I think.
When does it go
I
askew?
definitely did. I was like, I don't recommend it.
Yeah.
I was like, it's cool because like I was hanging out with this elephant in the video. I was like, they're really sweet creatures. They're so gentle, but they're so big, and they're deciding not to kill you. You
Right.
know? And you're riding them, which is like, why do you have to ride them? Like,
Why do we have that fatuation with people that want to take pictures of, like, you know, let me pet this newborn cheetah, right? Let me bottle feed this fucking senior citizen tiger. You know what I'm saying? There's always like, let me bathe this elephant. You know,
the tigers are all drugged up too. That was another thing we did in Thailand.
You got to be careful, dude.
The tigers are drugged up, man. Yeah, super drugged up. So this is what it is. It's like you
I thought
go
you
to these
couldn't use
tiger
drugs there.
sanctuaries. What? You can. You certainly can
Bali?
on tigers in Thailand.
Oh, Thailand.
So you go to this place and they have little kittens. So the kittens, the tiger cubs, they're different. They're super active. Like they're biting things and playing with each other.
And you can touch them?
And you
good.
can touch them.
Okay.
But then when they get slightly older, you can be in the cage with them, but there has to be a dude with a stick. The dude with a stick is standing between you and this small tiger.
Fuck no. Whose team is he on?
Oh, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's so crazy.
And he's on your team?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is a small tiger. This tiger is like 40 pounds. And then when they get bigger, then they have to drug them. So then when you get into the adult tiger, they're like this. Like so obvious. And people are taking pictures like sitting next to the tiger. Tiger's literally like this, like, he has no idea what's going on. They keep them all heroined out of their mind. The tigers don't move. And you realize they're drugged up and you get real sad.
Yeah.
And you just have to get
RFK is
out of
going to
there.
end that shit. I'll say that, dude. We're going to have real active tigers fucking attacking
You want
people.
a photo with the tiger? You got to risk your life.
But that's the thing. It's like, why do we have that infatuation, though, of like, I want to take this with this cobra around my neck. I want to take this, you know.
It's a good question.
You can't, like, get these things where you want to pet a tiger. You want to, you know, brush a lion's teeth. You want to tickle a cyst out in Akron or something without getting, you know. And sometimes people, you're going to get attacked. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
But what is that inside of us that makes us want to do that?
Because it's scary. It's scary to pet a crocodile. So when a guy can like put his hand on the crocodile's face, you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Do you ever see that one where the dude is like, the crocodile grabs hold of his arm and goes into a gator roll in front of the crowd? Oh, it's horrible. Rips his arm off in front of the whole crowd.
I haven't seen that. What else was I going to ask you about?
What do you think the drones are, Theo?
I thought it's just a bunch of fucking. I think it's what does a psyop mean? I always hear that.
Psychological operation.
Okay. I think it's a psyop by somebody. I think it's not.
You know?
Yeah, it's a couple drones over New Jersey, whatever.
Right.
I don't fucking know.
I don't fucking
It could be Jimmy John's is going to have a new delivery thing they're going to try next year. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised if Amazon's going to do a new. I wouldn't be shocked at all. It could have been one of those, you know, they have those New Year's Eve displays, like fireworks displays now are drones instead of fireworks.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll have like 1,000 drones and they just make a bunch of shit and it's different, right?
I saw that at the Post Malone concert.
It could have been 11 drones escaped from a drones enslavement camp where they're forced to do these shows, and it's going to be a Pixar movie in 2 years. You know what I'm
So
saying?
you're not concerned at all?
I'm not concerned. Dude, look, if they're going to come get me, come get me.
Come get me. Look at you.
What are they doing? Who are they?
Who are they? These fucks.
Yeah, they're going to come get me.
Come get me, bitch.
Yeah, if they want to get me, they know where I am.
Yeah.
They
Leave
know
me
where
alone.
Huh?
Yeah, otherwise leave me alone. Don't make me look at you flying around the sky
With
like
your
an asshole.
what are you doing up there? Come down here and fuck if you want to party.
Whoa.
Or come down here and fucking party. Come down here and have a drink. Come down here and do something. You're a drone in the distance fucking looking at shit.
Do you think we'll ever get to a point where aliens are so comfortable with us they could just come hang out?
Dude, I think Earth to aliens is a dump, dude. I think Earth to alien... Because aliens go on vacation every year, right? They're just like us, right? And they take their kids on a trip or whatever. And the kids who are so poor, right? And look, we were poor. My mom would take us to the beach when it was freezing cold and fucking wouldn't tell us, you know, fucking whatever, dude. It was like, it seems cold. It's like, whatever. Swim. And, but the aliens that don't care about their kids, whatever, they bring them here to fucking, they're like, oh, and the kid's like, we have to go to fucking Earth, dude. Our life sucks, you know? Like the cool alien kids go to all more neater shit, you know?
Right.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing I'm saying, man. Did you know Scotland actually has some of the most UFO sightings in the whole world?
Well, they had one of the best UFO sightings. They took photographs of it. It was in that movie,
Bridge Bonnie or
Program.
whatever. What's it called? Bridgebury? I saw
Yeah,
it.
something like that. James Fox's documentary, The Program. He was just here promoting it, and they showed the photo, and it's a photo from the 1990s that they got of this thing. There was 3 photos. Bonnie Bridge, that's
There you
it.
go. Most UFO sightings on the planet.
Whoa, 300 per year. But
I think
also, let me tell you something. Those folks like to drink. I mean,
They do?
bro, they drank.
Oh, yeah.
They have a wee drab. Have a wee drab. If someone says have a wee drab, that means it's time to get fucked up. This dude poured me a shot of Irish whiskey that was like that thick. I was like, oh, we're going to go.
They're getting
We're getting ready to go.
Oh, you're joking. Did they call you
Have
that?
a wee drab. They're the
Joseph.
nicest people. They're the nicest people.
And they're gay. I think they don't have a lot of gays over there either. If they have a lot of blue-eyed people over there. You know that?
You don't think they have a lot of gays?
I don't know.
What do you think they do with them?
I mean, they have them. I bet they don't say that they're. I bet they're secretive.
Nah, I don't think
You don't
so.
think?
I think they're pretty open-minded. In fact, I think they have a pretty woke government. I think they have a very woke government.
They wear a lot of kilts. That's for sure, dude.
There you go. It's close to gay.
I
Wearing
mean,
a dress.
It's not, but it's like, what if a kilt says free awning on it?
What if it's a rainbow kilt? Do they sell rainbow kilts? They probably do.
It's always raining. What if it just says free awning on it? You're like, oh, that seems like a trap, bro.
Come dry your head off down here.
But if it says kids awning, you got to be, that's a fucking.
Ooh, yeah, free toys under the
Pretty cool, dude. Hey, the top's empty.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just saying, dude, the Scottish, we need more of them, dude, and I believe that in the future we'll get more of them, man.
You think they're going to breed a lot, or do you think we're going to like import people?
They've had some explosions of population, I know, over the past like 50 years. I think like the.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
It's like 1 million people over there. There's nobody over there.
Yeah, but they're getting more.
I think the whole country is like 6 million people.
Most redheads, most blue-eyed
redheads?
people. Yep. Most redheads per cap. As of 2022, the population of Scotland was 5.4 million.
Yeah, largest population ever recorded by Scotland census. Population grew by 2.7% since the 2011 census, which was slower rate of growth than the 4.6 increase between 2001 and 2011.
They're smashing. They've been listening to Ed Sheeran, brother. That's what's happening.
Get the candles lit.
Yeah, they're coming back.
They're
dude.
getting lung cancer and say, fuck it. Fuck it. Want to keep an atmosphere going.
They're making a comeback. I think everyone has subscriptions that they've forgotten about. I recently had a umbrella subscription, just sending me every 7 weeks, getting another umbrella in the mail, just stacking them up, and I didn't need it. I forgot I had it. Well, Rocket Money can help if you have unwanted subscriptions. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. That's what they do. With Rocket Money's dashboard, you can get a clear view of your expenses across all your accounts. Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save, and then you can ask them to negotiate for you. They'll deal with customer service so you don't have to. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/THEO today. That's rocketmoney.com/Theo. rocketmoney.com/Theo. So it's a new year in 2025, and one of the things about a new year is that it brings some new energy. It does. It's whether we look at it or not as important. It's a refresher, right? It's something. Okay, let's start again, and that's why I think if you're considering starting a new business, that now is the time. Now is the time to answer that question: how am I going to build something for myself? Well, Shopify is how you're going to make it happen, and let me tell you how. The best time to start your new business is right now. Shopify makes it simple to create your brand, open for business, and get your first sale. Established in 2025 has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Sign up for your $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/THEO, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/THEO to start selling with Shopify today. Shopify.com/Theo. Life in general can be chaotic, but
donated money to the truckers and he closed their bank accounts. That's crazy fascism.
I didn't know he did that.
Yeah, that's crazy tyrannical overreach. That's like really dangerous authoritarian government tactics. You close the bank accounts of people who donated to a peaceful protest. And so sometimes, like in resistance, you get to see what someone's really about.
Yeah.
You know, and so I'm interested to see. Well, they're already trying to kill him. You know?
I know 2 times. I think even after that, they're like, we got to let him keep going.
That's the other weird one about the killing him thing, the trying to kill him. Is there's all these connections. This is the big tinfoil hat conspiracy thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're all connecting them to Fort Bragg. So there's 3 connections to Fort Bragg. There's this guy who blew himself up, allegedly, in the Tesla. There's the dude who tried to kill Trump on the golf course. He had visited Fort Bragg 100 times. There's one other one. What's the other one?
Is that the New Orleans guy?
The New Orleans guy. Yeah, that's right.
Heartbreaking.
The New Orleans guy who ran over those people in the street, that guy's from Fort Bragg as well. And so
I'm praying for those groups. It's fucking
what people are really terrified of is the idea of mind control, and that they train people that are very vulnerable, people that are all fucked up. They train these people to become hitmen and terrorists. And there was an undercover camera thing. I'll send this to you, Jamie, because you see it and you're like, what the fuck? These are real people? Where this guy is explaining how they do this. And he's explaining how they take people and push them over the edge.
Oh, yeah?
People that are maybe like a little bit lost, and they give them a nudge to get them to do things.
Well, it all